Después de un año marcado por la pandemia, sabemos que el mundo necesita soluciones transformadoras, sociedades más resilientes, inclusivas y sostenibles. De la mano de la Agencia para el Desarrollo Económico de la Ciudad de Córdoba, llega el quinto Foro Mundial de Desarrollo Económico Local. 5 días de transmisión en vivo. Más de 200 disertantes de América, Europa, Asia y África construyendo respuestas territoriales, adaptadas al contexto global. Territorios e innovación, desigualdad y pandemia, el futuro del trabajo y el trabajo del futuro. Del 26 de mayo al 1 de junio, el mundo se da cita en nuestra ciudad. Juntos tenemos futuro. No te lo pierdas.
Bienvenido. Welcome and good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us on the third day of the 5th World Forum on Local Economic Development. Mariana Martin, welcome. Thank you, Franco. It's a pleasure to welcome everyone, and it's an honor to welcome everybody, 60 different countries, participants, speakers from around the globe, and we're happy to begin this third day of the 5th World Forum. And as you know, this initiative comes to Cordoba by ADEC and is organized by an international committee comprised by the following organizations: the United Nations Development Program, the International Labor Organization, Fogar, the United Cities and Local Governments, FAMC, and the Brazilian Micro and Small Businesses Support Service, SEBRAE, the Municipality of Turin, and the Government of Cape Verde, together with the International Committee comprised by the following organizations: ADEC, the Municipality of Cordoba, the Government of the Province of Cordoba, and the National Government, represented by the Ministry of Work and Production. This forum is 10 years old since the first edition, and this new format, a virtual forum, is a solution for not delaying important discussions that are being held these days, and the future of work and post-pandemic scenarios. Welcome to this 100% virtual forum. 5 days, with 6 hours of live streaming per day, with the simultaneous discussions as well, which is really a significant tool to look for solutions for this current scenario. The workshop Sustainable Tourism is starting now, Strategies for Recovery, organized by Fogar, and you can see all of the information on the event website that you can see on the screen. We are online, we are on the website, and you can visit the discussion forums, the cafe, and the instant messaging, and also the social media, Instagram, Facebook, and there's a hashtag #LetWordForum 2021. And we've been putting together some games. These are some places of the city of Cordoba, some places to choose. For example, this is the Hop On, and well, you can choose your places. First one, where would you go and spend an autumn afternoon, a fall afternoon? To Sarmiento Park or to the Botanical Garden? Second question is, which church would you like to visit, the cathedral or the Capuchins Church? And then something that had to do with the World Rally that is organized in Cordoba, and a flight also, an airplane flight, and then for dining options, then choripan, which is a local sandwich, and also lomito in the park, Sarmiento Park. And another game, these are trivias about some places that you've already visited via the website and the different activities we organized before the forum, just to check how much you've learned, how much you learned about the Cañada, which is the river cross in the city. There are 4 options. The second trivia is related to the arch when it was inaugurated, and the third one about the cathedral of our city, and the last one, Sarmiento Park. And the Good Shepherd, before it was a jail, it was a women's jail. Now it is a touristic spot to enjoy a nice evening. And then the Capuchins Church is one of the buildings that have a lot of history and architectural features. And then the Sarmientos Park. These are the trivia. Then you can participate through Instagram. Okay, let's begin with the first panel of today. The first session is about thematic line 3, the future of work and the work of the future from a territorial perspective in the context of crisis generated by COVID-19. This panel is organized by ILO, ADEC, and the municipality of Cordoba. Let's have a look at the presentation. Public policies in favor of inclusive and sustainable development. What role does cities play in localizing SDGs and creating decent work? How to promote the creation of networks between cities to city-to-city cooperation. The moderator of this panel is Anita Marin. Anita is the head of ILO Special and Emerging Partnerships Unit since 2008. And she previously worked at the UNESCO since 1992 through 2000. She was in charge of educational rights and the promotion of the culture of peace. Welcome, Anita from Switzerland. Thank you very much for the introduction and welcome on this session of public policies. As you said, the question is how to promote the creation of networks between cities through city-to-city cooperation. Before beginning, I'd like to thank the organizers of this forum so we can all share our knowledge in such difficult pandemic times. I'll be the moderator of this panel. We'll look at cooperation, city-to-city cooperation, south-to-south and triangular cooperation, the different strategies that you have carried out in order to bring more peace to the world. This session about cities cooperation will define the basic components that will impact on economic development in work, especially in COVID-19 crisis. Stemming from the different organizations, companies will look at the strategies that can be integrated in development, regional development, local and national development, and affect the lives of workers. We'll look at 2 questions basically, which is the role of cities in local economic development. As you said, we have the STUs and also mayors representing representatives of provinces, platforms, and networks. During this session, we'll have the honor to have Victoria Tolosa Paz, Maria del Huerto Romero, Marlene Simeon, Edino Silva, and Sarah Helfrich. I will introduce them one by one. And let's begin with the presentations because we are all very interested in listening to such interesting perspectives for human rights with a gender approach. So let's begin with Victoria Tolosa Paz, who's the president of the National Council of Coordination of Social Policies in Argentina. She holds a BA from the La Plata Catholic University. She was an Undersecretary of Social Development of the nation, and she's here with us to talk about the role of citizen local development, economic development, the promotion of decent work from her experience in Cordoba, but also at a national level in Argentina, and also which and the level of cooperation among countries. Victoria, the floor is yours. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be here. Thank you, dear Anita. First, I'd like to tell you that from Argentina, from the National Coordination Center of National Policies, we have to manage the agenda for sustainable growth and the 2030 agenda and the compliance of the state, the provincial, national, province, states, government levels, and to achieve higher levels of decency, decent work in our country, and to support sustainable growth in the framework of SDGs, which is fundamental in Argentina since this agreement of September 2015. We have made progress in terms of territorialization, localization, and what we're doing from the local government, what each one of us, men and women, are part of the chain to achieve the goals for Argentina, for the region, and all of the countries that have ratified this human development agenda, which is the compliance of each of the goals that will allow us to include everyone. We believe that the localization of SDGs is key, and this is core to understand how this goal of sustainable development, these goals that are designed, develop in territories with a central outlook, which is the balance between social, environmental, economic development. In achieving these goals, it is important to look at local development as the engine, the driver for local development, but also the cooperation in networks, so as to see how we're going to integrate this search for work as the pillar of our development. So from this perspective, that has to do with developing decent work in Argentina, working conditions and the rights of workers. This is a possibility to design, as we comply the goals, each of the cities at their development stage. We want cities to be built looking at their potentials and considering the crises. We have to collect all of the efforts when facing the GDP declines, and we need to plan a growth that allows for the inclusion of the workers. So we need to work very hard on this, and the states have to be in charge of emergency, that is assisting the population that is suffering, that is going through harsh times, but also promoting midterm plans. In Argentina, we think about a productive economic model that is sustainable. Argentina is not looking for profitability. We're not a country that considers development in terms of the decency of our people. We're not a government that is only thinking about. We think that the three structures have to be balanced in the design of the public policies that are going to be implemented to achieve this objective in a balanced manner. And cities in Cordoba, capital city of Cordoba, thinking of this balance, this circular economy that the mayor talked about has to do with understanding the severity of Argentina that has really high levels of unemployment, and the S it has to do with looking at informal economy from a different perspective. So how work has to be developed in a formal framework where the rights of people are ensured. So we need to innovate in terms of circular economy. So how informal workers, small farmers, for example, can and value their contributions so that they can actually be formalized. Argentina has 40% of the population under the line of poverty. So we should aim at the growth, economic growth of Argentina to foster the value chain, and what we're doing in cities and what the neighboring cities can do to improve their situations. Argentina has a challenge ahead that is to become a country with a lot of development capabilities. We have a fabric that allows us to make this dream come true, and we are able to look at the regional capacities in the different cities, not only in as independent districts, but considering all of the power they have as a whole, not only to ensure internal consumption, but also be able to export the value we can add to our primary products in our country. We see that there is a line of development that has not been completed, that was prevented by probably other governments, but Argentina is already showing some signs of recovery that have to do with some tax incentives that the government has given, such as, for example, the automobile industry, and how the reduction of some taxes have doubled the production or the manufacturing capacity. So looking at our history, looking at the territories, we'll be able to build some of the core pillars that we have committed in the agreement with the United Nations.
Thank you, Victoria. Excellent presentation. This very interesting topic about the circular economy, informal economy, and how the cities and the national government can really cooperate to make this happen. Now, let me introduce you to María del Huerto Romero, from the municipality of Rosario. She has a master's degree in political sciences through Flaxo. She is head professor in the international relations of the Rosario University. She's part of the cooperation of the Mercociudades network. She's member of that. And so Sur-Sur means city-city. South-South is the cooperation among cities. We would love to know a little bit more about the importance of cooperation among cities and the promotion of local economic development. Mrs. Romero, the floor is yours. Thank you, Anita. In this framework of Mercos cities, something that it's a novelty, the forum in general, and this specific roundtable, I think we have to analyze it because we are in a roundtable with local governments, national government, international organizations, all talking about something like the local economic development, formal employment, within South-South triangular cooperation. 3 topics that we sometimes don't think about. We couldn't have imagined it a few decades ago. It could have been impossible to think. And these topics really put the framework for today's debates. First of all, the acknowledgement of local governments as international stakeholders that interact with the ILO. 20, 30 years ago, that would have been unthinkable. And the reconsideration of these local governments to discuss local development with the national administrations, with other cities in the form of networks. Topics that, such as local development or job creation, formal job creation, decent job creation, it would have been, it was not really, they were not topics that were within their competences. They would never talk about this. They had other competences and responsibilities. Those were more topics for the territorial governments. And third, it's all about the South-South triangular cooperation, but it's been reactivated over the last year, and it's introduced a new stakeholder like the local government. So first of all, I wanted to highlight the importance of these three topics that we are going to discuss and what it implies in terms of historical processes over the last decades. So as I said, this 30, 40 years ago, we would never have had these kind of discussions in these kind of roundtables. And to answer specifically to your question, or the question at stake, we know that the cooperations among cities, north-south and south-south, was given by the bilateral promotion, but I understand that over the last years, it's become more valuable by organizing these type of cooperations. We know they are based in a horizontal feature, mutual discussions, co-generation of knowledge, mutual learning, and all of that has gained a new value by the thrive that these cooperation initiatives among South-South cities has been giving in the networks. Not only through promotion or the goodwill of a couple of territorial government, but they were promoted in the social global networks like the UCLG, in their South-South cooperation instances, but also at regional level, like the ones we have in South America, the Mercosciudades, the Mercocities network that was born in 1995. And we can say that it is born to promote South-South cooperation, even though it was not explained in those terms. But if we see the goals of the network, the ones that are still in place, two were the main goals. First, to give voice to the cities so that they are heard in the process of regional integration of the Mercosur, but with the same value and importance. The second goal that they proposed was to promote cooperation and collaboration horizontally among the member cities. From the very beginning in 1995, even though it did not have that name, the Mercocities has carried out cooperation, South-South cooperation among cities, traditionally from its constitution through making micro networks, as I call them. They are divided by topics or commissions, and one of the member cities, more than 350 member cities, they get together to cooperate, to co-generate knowledge, to co-produce knowledge, and to impulse local public policies. One of those is the one that has to do with local economic development. At the beginning, there were 9, maybe 10 public policies that were worked on in these micro networks. Now they work on more than 22. But in those first 10 or 11, we always discussed the local economic development. Of course, analyzing the different perspectives. But over the last years, the cities had an interest, the interest that participate in this topic in one specific area, which is the solidarity local economic development. That promoted the creation of a specific committee for that. And that topic, the local economic development and the social and solidarity development, to work and cooperate South-South in the Mercosiris framework. And this type of cooperation that started from the very beginning of the network, since 2017, we see it even with gaining importance in order to support and to give financial support to this territorial South-South cooperation. And then the network creates a specific program, despite of the fact that there are specific committees and cooperations in the topic committees. They create the South-South cooperation program for Mercosiudades since 2017 with two main axes to cooperate on. First, a yearly training that is done to all the cities that are interested in getting trained in South-South cooperation at regional level. We know that our cities, or many of our cities, sometimes do not have the human resources that they need to work in these type of projects. So this training program aims at increasing that capacity. And the second axis, very much linked to this, is a call for the presentation of joint projects among different cities of Mercosiudades that are financed they're financed by the programs fund. That is a very clear example, and maybe more formal than the topic units in the South-South cooperation within a regional network. This implies some triangular cooperation dimension, because every year when we call for these projects, they get some sort of support in a cooperation agency. Sometimes they're national agencies, like the Uruguayan Cooperation Agency. Sometimes the cooperation agencies come from the north, like the French Cooperation Agency, or from regional banks like the IDB, which means there is a recognition. They recognize these programs, and they recognize the South-South cooperation. And since 2007, there were at least 3 or 4 projects that were funded. There are many more, the ones that were carried out, of course, and submitted, but South-South cooperation, Mercosiris, in the framework of local economic development and job promotion. Then we'll see some details about that, but that's something that has been on the spotlight, and it will be for sure a very important topic in this new call for projects, because when the slogan for these calls is a partnered management, which means that more than one project will be done related to the local economic development. So I would stop here. Then we will tell you more experiences if necessary. Thank you very much, Maria del Huerto. We'll have opportunities to have a second round, and then you will be able to expand on your ideas. I would say that those are excellent examples. We always talk about cooperations among cities, and we don't have that specific examples. So I think Mercosiudades is the reincarnation of the South-South cooperations and the cooperations among cities, with all the economic, social, and environmental frameworks. You are an example for all of us. We've always looked for city-to-city cooperation, so it's a perfect example. Now we'll go to the next speaker. I have the pleasure to introduce you to Marlene Simeon. She is representative of the Council of Municipalities and Regions of Europe. She has a degree on international relations. She's very much involved. She works since 2013 in the Council of Municipalities and Regions in Europe, from Brussels. And it's a pan-European association of local and national governments It has an important role in the international cooperation for the sustainable development. Marlene, could you tell us, please, about the cooperation of European platforms, but also about the triangular cooperation in the European context, of course, but how can the countries from the global south, especially with this COVID-19 situation? You have the floor.
Thank you and good afternoon. I will be speaking in English.
Yes, indeed. So I'm representing Platforma, which is a pan-European coalition of local governments active in decentralized cooperation, international cooperation. So from European local and regional governments with local and regional governments in other continents. So that's the main aim of Platforma, and it's a network led by the Council of European Municipalities and Regions, which is representing national associations of local and regional governments in Europe. And there we have a specific role, actually, and to make the link with the session today, we are representing local and regional governments as employers. So this is a link also with the decent work and the quality of work that we are giving to public workers. At CMR and Platforma, the basis of our work are the SDGs, so it's the basis of our multi-annual strategy. We work a lot on the territorialization of the SDGs as well, on the awareness raising, on the implementation, on the monitoring and reporting, supporting our members to be able to do this in their own municipalities and regions. And we have been working with the CLG, for instance, and in the production, and Sahai will tell you more about this, on the production of a module of training on how to link decentralized cooperation, international cooperation with the SDGs. So that's really one of our main angles. So as employers, local and regional governments as employers, we are part of the social dialogue with the EU institutions and the trade unions. So for us, what is the role of local and regional governments in this area? It's really two strands, no? It's about creating an enabling environment as employers for the public workers, but also to trigger the local entrepreneurship and ensuring a multi-stakeholder approach into this local economic development. One of the key tools that we have identified is really about procurement of local and regional governments to stimulate the local businesses and the sustainable enterprises and innovation. It's also about social protection and rights at work. So we see there a key role in increasing the quality of the job as employers, but also in ensuring a lifelong learning process of public officials. Challenging, but it's challenging. Now it can be challenging to change the mindset as well in the local public sector. Another challenge is that we have identified the new forms of public services that are emerging now, related to digitalization in particular of services, and also with much more willingness of citizens to participate. So it requires new skills and competencies, and then local and regional governments have to accompany and support the workforce to acquire those new skills. So we see many opportunities, but also a kind of vulnerability and necessity to work on the quality and the adaptation to future job and positions. In the social dialogue, for us, it's also essential to address the challenges that local and regional governments face and to improve the quality of services and jobs. And there we had a particular attention during the COVID-19 crisis on the need to protect public workers and the security at work. So that was really the work as association, but also supporting directly our members and local and regional governments in this framework of decent work and job quality, I would say. As regards the link with decentralized cooperation, we have at Platforma and at CMR a long history actually of cooperation and much more on twinning, also in Europe. So this cooperation between municipalities, European municipalities, because just after the World War actually, the mayors have decided to start start a collaboration, and that's how they have started to build the CMR, the Council of European Municipalities and Regions. So it started with municipalities exchanging, and especially on a cultural basis, citizens exchanging. So it has started like this, twinning in Europe. And then now we see that it has moved to much more the improvement of public policies, innovation, to the focus on particular topics as well, such as waste management or local economic development, or many more topics like this. So we see this evolution, and it's the same actually in the international cooperation. So more European local and regional governments with local and regional governments outside Europe. There is an evolution also of the type of relation. There is much more of a co-learning process now, and especially with the SDGs, we really helped to have this new narrative, a new way of acting and cooperating as well. So it's much more about learning about each other good practices, and there I can mention several examples of triangular cooperation that we have developed. For instance, we work a lot in the neighborhood of Europe, in the eastern neighborhood. So with Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia, for instance, as Platforma, we really organize exchanges amongst them, but also with European local and regional governments on specific topics. So it's really also on how to reinforce local and regional governments in the region of the eastern neighborhood, but also how they can also benefit from some experiences, and exchange also brings their own expertise into the European development. So that's really this kind of triangular cooperation also that we have been creating, especially with the neighborhood. I can mention other examples of our partners like Fons Mallorquí, for instance. They have been developing the framework of Platform, a triangular cooperation as well with Pocona in Bolivia, with Tenado in Burkina Faso, and with Kerouan in Tunisia, where they selected one SDGs, so SDG 6 on water, and they decided to create an action plan in all the municipalities, and they are really working together because they are facing the same challenges. Should it be in Mallorca, or in Tunisia, or Burkina, or Bolivia. So that's really also interesting, this evolution of the partnerships, and which involves also other types of stakeholders. There are some research centers involved, or some enterprises, or different types also of beyond the administration, I would say. So that's also interesting, this evolution of format of the cooperation. Finally, I would like just to mention and to bounce back on what was said before as well on the role of networks, on what we can bring as well. There is this possibility, this opportunity to bring municipalities, associations together in our networks to learn from each other, to exchange know-how and experiences. And sometimes they don't have formal or official cooperation links or agreements, but they are learning inside also the networks. And that's also interesting to have this kind of cooperation, which is more informal in the end. What we try also to do is to build the capacity of our members, and in their cooperation to integrate this component as well of advocacy. How to improve the multi-level governance, or how to better work with the national governments on some specific topics. And this is also a great part of the thing that we try to put in the cooperation that we are developing, and how we are supporting our members as well. So see really various dimensions there of multi-stakeholder, but also multi-level governance, and how this triangular cooperation can really bring benefits to everyone, and more equal footing cooperation as well, I would say. Thank you very much. I would stop here.
Thank you. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Marlene. Excellent presentation. You reminded us of the importance of the creation of platforms, networks in Europe, but also the triangulation with the southern countries. Excellent ideas about decent work and decent work conditions. I'd like to now introduce Edinho Silva. He's the mayor of the city of Araraquara in Brazil. I always see him streaming with campaigning in hospitals, giving hope to people. It's a pleasure. We have, thank you so much for giving us these few minutes. I know that you're fighting this COVID crisis. Thank you for participating in the forum and for giving voice to the importance of the actions of local communities and how they are essential and key and how they can make a difference. How it can make a difference if you have a mayor that is so involved, directly involved in fighting the pandemic. But of course, we would like to hear more about you. Dr. Silva is licensed in social sciences from the Araquaras University. He was selected as representative of San Pablo City in 2016. He was chosen mayor of Araquara. We would love, Edinho, to hear from you the situation that you're undergoing in Araraquara and the social and solidarity economy. Can it help in these kind of situations? But also, as we saw, we worked together in Cape Verde, and for very important forums such as the Solidarity Academia Forum, the LED Forum. So this South-South cooperation, we would love to hear from you. Edinho Silva, the floor is yours. Good morning. Thank you, Anita. I'm going to speak Portuñol. Sorry, and thank you for understanding. It is a great pleasure to participate in this fifth World Forum on Local Economic Development that seeks to promote dialogues among cities and countries and exchanging experiences, exchanging ideas, proposals, public policies in post of the local economic development. I have no doubt that here we find this reflection space for all of those who work in the public sector to look for, as a society, the better good for the social and environmental aspects, contributing to the 2030 agenda so that we can, in fact, have a sustainable local development. In the name of my mediator, my dear friend Anita Morin, working on alliances of emerging countries, I like to greet all the other organizers, speakers, and the ones on internet that are with us. There is no doubt of the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on cities and countries. There is no doubt that there is a need to reflect together about the social economical recovery. And Araraquara is a city that fosters solidarity and local economic development. They're very important economies. In my first term as mayor between 2001 and 2008, I started working on this experience of cooperating. They work on recycling. I work on an association that works on recycling, and they were trash collectors that started recycling. It was a historical moment for the city and for Brazil. This cooperative has about 200 members, most of them women. And what they do is they collect solid waste and then they recycle 100% of those domestic wastes. We also have family agricultural cooperatives that they started to become small farmers and introducing the families into that business. We firmly believe that the solidarity economic model is a new work organization, and it's a structural policy to generate jobs and income. Cooperativism is one way to show that societies can generate and distribute revenues without submitting employees. It's a policy that fights against illegal jobs, but it's also a model for society. And that context helped us fight the COVID-19 crisis, and in this context, of course, this becomes more important. Araraquara has prepared itself for fighting this. We created a contingency committee to fight against coronavirus with the healthcare community, the governments, and the public and private representatives, hospital representatives. We transformed one of our emergency units in a private center for suspicious cases of this illness. And we formed the networks, the health networks, and we gave a phone number to give patients that had no symptoms to give them some tips on how to handle the illness. We connected with the universities, and we widened the capacity to receive patients that were symptomatic and asymptomatic, and they were able to be all right in less than 24 hours. We started to cooperate with the population, like the application of statistics, the number of positive testing, hospitalization, hospitalization rates. We adopted a total of transparency of the epidemiologic situation in the cities. We also created a solidarity network to help with food donations for people who are vulnerable in society. We took all the necessary measures, including, back in February, a total lockdown for 10 days. Then we saw that we found that there was a more aggressive strand, the Manaus strand. We went back to the lockdown, the strict lockdown. Everything that we do that is in our power and we can do, we do it. We give food support, we support SMEs, and I believe that economic will only go back to normal in Brazil when and only when we consider that the pandemic is severe, and when we fight those who deny the COVID-19. In all countries, of course, the COVID-19 crisis is impacting, but other countries have accepted it. And here, unfortunately, in Araraquara, we created the Coopera Araraquara program to motivate, to foster the consolidation, the sustainability, and the economic entrepreneurs organized in the form of cooperatives or in other types of associations. We want to reduce unemployment and social inequalities to generate income to fight the economic crisis. But I insist, solidarity economy tends to be a permanent and structural trend. In 2009, we helped the formation of 4 other associations or cooperatives. Copromorada, for example, Civil Construction, Zona Cente. So there are hundreds of families supported by these cooperatives. We want to expand those cooperatives even more. This will not be the same. The world after pandemic will not be the same. We need to invest each and every day our efforts to increase this solidarity economy, and only then will we be able to overcome this historical crisis that the world is undergoing. The association and the cooperation between among cities is very important for integration of public policies and economic and sustainable development. In Araraquara, we have looked for partnerships with several other cities, and now we've consolidated an alliance with the city of Torres Vedras in Portugal, both in the development of cultural projects and in the economic projects as well. In 2018, I was able to see the different industries in that Portuguese city. And the same thing happened in 2019 when the Portuguese visited our companies and our industries here. The fairs, the industrial fair, that is the largest one outside Sao Paulo. The alliance among cities is also key to fight the 2019 pandemic. This huge challenge that hit all of us at the beginning of 2020. Araraquara is a regional referent to fight against the illness, and it helps ill people, patients from all over the region. We continue talking. We talk with all the other cities through internet to define strategies, social isolation, and medical care for patients. Pandemic is the biggest tragedy of the world in the last century. In Brazil, is the biggest tragedy in our history. Never, not even in conflict wars that we faced in our country before, so many Brazilians have lost their lives. We need a lot of unity among the cities, most of all those that have the same economic and social reality. It's key to have South-South integration in all the government levels to save lives and to overcome this such a difficult time in our history. Thank you. Thank you, Edinho. We are really touched by your words. The dramatic situation that the southern countries are undergoing, Brazil. But we are also happy that you're fighting every day. We see that we have the pleasure to see in YouTube, and we can see that you're fighting every day. And cooperation among the cities, the regions, and South-South cooperation has really helped. And regarding to your Portuñol, is the official Mercosur language. It's the language of the Mercosur, so Portuñol is perfect, is all right. Now I'll give the floor to my other friend, Mrs. Sarah Homflish. She's the Director of Learning of the of the UCLG, which is the usual suspect that we all know. And she was the one that helped the ILO to organize this particular session, so we have a great partner with the UCLG. They have helped in cooperation city to city for many years, maybe 10 years, and we are always working together. She has this voice of the cities network. She is in charge of centralized cooperation, and she's licensed in engineering from the Ariscaran University in architecture and urbanism. That's why she loves cities. She's worked in the international cooperation for more than maybe 20 years, urban planning and strategic development. She will be the next speaker. She will say something about what was said here, but she will also talk about the UCLG, city-to-city cooperation, especially South-South and triangular cooperation, but also in the network formation. Sarah, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Anita, and thank you to all of the participants of this panel, which is really inspiring. I will first like to, I honor your words of the mayor, and I think that we can and we will be able to succeed. And I think that your words, Mayor, were very powerful because the power we have from the networks, and it is actually that, I mean, to help each other, but also looking at the good practices and the challenges and what we're doing. And in that regard, Araquara is a great example for all of us. UCLG, as Anita said, I'm responsible for the learning department, and together with the ILO, we've been working for a long time with Pierre Martino, who's not here with us, but decent work was brought down, the agenda of decent work was brought down to a local level. And in practice, the mayor discussed or talked about a great example. Cooperatives is not only solidarity economy, it is circular economy as well, because when we talk about circular economy, we we only stick to a concept, but it is the pillar is waste and waste management, and it has to be a social circular economy, such as the case of Brazil, to have a cooperative for waste management. It is and the same goes for markets. For example, food markets. Food markets are a key, they play a key role in terms of entrepreneurship. Victoria talked about the link between regional, local, and national governments, and they they look for ways to strengthen and support their growth. And markets are really an important place for decent work, because there's a lot of entrepreneurship, and informal economy in many cases depends on policies such as trafficking or traffic. But so we need policies such as to allow for trading in these places. We've had interesting examples of markets that are really a place for inclusion. Green jobs or green employment. What is green employment at the municipal level? It is the integration of urban and rural, the support and the care of farmers' work, and tourism as well. Tourism is a lot of it's really a key thing in terms of green employment. These are some examples, and Marlene provided another important example, which is procurement. Municipal governments are important procurements, and it is important to set a principle of social and fair justice. Another example given by Marlene is the municipality as an employer, the government as an employer, not only at a technical level, but also, for example, cleaning the streets, social services, and decent work is really important in this sense. So we see ahead of us as a network a big agenda. Very happy to be working with ILO because this is a really practical work, and this is I like to highlight this. This is not about concepts. It is very practical. Of course, we're facing really terrible numbers in terms of poor job or working conditions, but it is in small initiatives such as the ones mentioned by the mayor and Maria de Huerto mentioned, where we can do, we can make our contributions as a network, and this is the spirit of the forum. In this sense, I believe that the role of cities is really important for decent work, but it is not always clear. So in this sense, we need to document more. We need to determine what is transferable. For example, cooperativism has taken different forms in the last few decades. And I believe that the example of Brazil shows again that cooperatives are no longer just a group of farmers organizing themselves. It is that, but it is an urban issue as well. And cooperatives can organize the whole population, and in this sense, social dialogue, the role they play. So it is a way to gain more rights. And this is a formula that is very interesting that other cities can learn from this. So, for example, um, the the example of Araraquara is an example to reflect this in a framework and to create capabilities around this experience. And this is our job from the networks, to link experiences. And we are convinced that, as Marlene said, cooperation is changing. And we're moving from a direct cooperation where I fund, for example, a project, let's say a recycling project in a single place. If you have a good project, then what can we learn from the project? And this is not because we want to work like that, but because the financial context, the knowledge context has changed, and we need to adapt to that, to those contexts. So we need to work with fewer financial resources, but with more intelligence and capabilities that cities have in the south, and from where we can learn, from which we can learn. So in this regard, working in networks is essential, is crucial, and networks are the articulators. And of course, we all have things to improve. As Maria del Huerto said, cooperation is an art. And it is, and people are not always prepared to do that job. So we need to improve in this. And as Marlene said, our joint work with Platforma to train municipal governments on decentralized cooperation will not only intensify but also gain more efficiency in relationships, but will also work with more stakeholders at a local level, because many times projects are good, particularly decentralized cooperation, as long as we train or we have more stakeholders, because it is stakeholders the ones that actually fight for the causes. And a citizen is not only a department; these are social leaders, universities, young people, and they can, as a whole, um, find a place in this formula, which is the city-to-city cooperation that is much more open, and in this sense, I would say, allows for more diversity in terms of stakeholders today compared to previous years. But then, as a cooperation formula, it is more open to city-to-city cooperation than traditional cooperation, development cooperation. So this for now, and then if I have some more time, I would like to emphasize the training methodology we're developing with Platforma. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sarah. I would like to ask Marlene if you have a question, because I know that you have to leave. If you can just say some few final words, and then we have some time to listen to Dino Silva and Maria del Huerto and Marlene Simeon. So if you want to talk about city-to-city cooperation.
Interesting, actually, and very complimentary, no, what we heard today. Now, what I could add, maybe something that is important for us as well, and that we try to have in and discuss with many of our members, is actually the DEAR component, so global citizenship component. And it bounces back a little bit on what the mayors and others were also saying about this necessity to build this global citizenship, to work with citizens, to especially in the times of COVID-19 crisis, where we really need people and citizens to understand the global nature of today's challenges and translate the responses into action for the local level. So this is really important, this collective action and this individual and collective responsibilities towards those global challenges. And we firmly believe that the SDGs are close to the citizens and that we can, as local and regional governments, bring this to the territories. And so for us, the international cooperation is also a means to explain to citizens why we are cooperating, why it's important to keep the territories open and learn from other municipalities and territories, including outside Europe, and what it can bring a lot. So this is really also a major component that we want to keep and continue working on. So thank you very much for the opportunity to discuss with you today. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Marlene Simeón. Ahora vamos.
Thank you, Marlene. Now we will have a second round and we'll talk more about cooperation among cities, and we'll have more time to hear from Maria del Huerto Romero. In the first round, we're always in a hurry with time, and now we are more relaxed. We have 7 minutes to talk about the Medical Ciudades topics. Very interesting topics that you have discussed, you explained. I think in this framework we have the political and institutional strengthening. You also discuss aspects of the impact of local and regional governments, how the city-city cooperation is within a larger framework in the 2030 agenda from the UN. For us, that's for us is very important. So let's sometimes we don't think about the agenda, the UN agenda, but it is part of all that. And to see these multi-level alliances, because the cooperations among cities and networks for us fosters a strategic planning, a network that is more sustainable and with more solidarity. And like we heard with Dino Silva and from Sarah, she's mentioned the importance of those multi-level alliances. So Maria del Huerto, you'd have about 7-8 minutes if you want to use all that time to talk about or to give more examples that you had about this city-city cooperation. Thank you, Anita. I don't know if I'm going to use all 7 minutes, but I'm going to try to summarize and maybe during the questions discuss a little bit more so that I wrote down a couple of things of everything that was said here and that I think it will be interesting to highlight. I don't want to maybe stop on any of those questions, but based on what was said and some of the experience I wanted to tell you about, there are several things that I like to highlight. First of all, the importance of that is reflected, the cooperation, the South-South cooperation at territorial level with the pandemic. That the mayor discussed and mentioned, even though the cities already had cooperation among them, I think the pandemic strengthen that. I think we've all seen that formally, you know, initiatives, at least of virtual exchanges among the different cities in the South, how they discuss about how they face the problem, what problems they have, how they fail, in what things they fail, and what things they succeeded, at technical level, but also at political level. Cities from the south. The exchange of ideas has been very fluent, much more than before. And I think it's important that to acknowledge that the pandemic gave us this. There is higher involvement, or better said, there is more emphasis on these South-South cooperations at political level. So far, it was more like a technical cooperation, health, social economies, all those sectors shared ideas. They had projects together with other cities in the South. But what the pandemic proved is that it increased that, but also that link gained some political tone. The political authorities in cities of the South or regions of the South increased because they needed to discuss politically which policies, despite the technical part, we would apply in order to face the pandemic. That on the one hand. On the second hand, I believe that this pandemic is bringing out the global economic development. Of course, health is a key aspect, but if we think about this forum within the local economic development, some topics that were maybe more innovative or not that classic. When you talked about local economic development, you thought about supporting SMEs, roundtables, job creation, the classic topics, right? But I think there are other topics that came up before the pandemic, but that became more relevant for the cities and for city-to-city cooperation for the pandemic and for post-pandemic scenarios. Some of those were mentioned, and like the mayor mentioned, social and solidarity economy, and more specifically, we can learn a lot more. We can contribute among the cities in the South, which has to do with food systems, the circular economy that Sarah mentioned, how cities support or have policies or not, food policies. Another specific non-traditional issue, cities 40, 30 years ago, they did not approach these topics, and now it's a key issue. During and after the pandemic, they are key issues. And I think another topic that is a very key cooperation aspect now and among the cities in the South with the cooperation and the triangular cooperation is what has to do with the knowledge economy, innovation, new technologies that they represent a rather recent topic to work for the municipalities, but the cities, we can exchange experiences, failures, and success cases. And one interesting experience that we are going to launch now to cover these three topics more specifically, a cooperation experience of a micro network within a huge, bigger network, CIDEO, cities, Ibero-American cities linked to the strategic thinking. In that framework, several cities in Latin America, in the South, Sao Paulo, Panama City, Cochabamba in Ecuador, Pasto in Colombia, Rosario, and General San Martin, both in Argentina. I think I'm not forgetting anyone. We have decided to have a micro network to work on these three topics. The idea is to learn together and to exchange positive and negative experiences. And some of these cities have more expertise, more knowledge in one of these three topics, and they can give ideas, but in others we have to learn more. In the case of Rosario, we have a vast experience in social and solidarity economics, specifically in urban agriculture. So we can contribute into this network. And the city of Pasto, for example, has asked us to share our experience. So In Rosario and in the other cities of this micro network, we have experiences in the social and solidarity economics. We are just beginning to work on a comprehensive food policy for Rosario. That it includes the social and solidarity economics, but still is something new. In this public policy that has different stakeholders that participate in the territory. We're working with the university, we are working with farmers, the neighborhood associations, and we are very interested to know the experiences of other cities. That will be what we want, that will be what we claim in this micro network. And I forgot to say that in this micro network, apart from these Latin American cities, it has a triangular component because the Barcelona city participates as well, cooperating, of course, with the rest of the cities. So I think this is an example of new topics within the classic ones of local economic development, where some cities have some experience that we can exchange, such as Rosario, and there are other cities that we need, in other aspects, that we need to receive experiences, because we're just starting with the design and the implementation of a policy, a food policy for the city, and more particularly, our interest is to see how we articulate all the stakeholders in the region, from the neighborhood stakeholders, the farmers, the universities, and production centers and innovation centers as well. So that is our interest in this micro network that is also thought and launched this coming July 2nd as a near shore kind of project, not like the Mercos cities that is more global. This is a 6-month project with 2 meetings a month during those 6 months, and each city will exchange according to in these 3 topics, as I said, what they need and what they can share and their own experiences that they can contribute with. The idea is not only to share those successful experiences, but to also tell them about not the mistakes, but the failures or the weaknesses and the difficulties that we faced, the challenges that we faced when dealing with these topics. That was one of my examples. And another thing I'd like to tell you about, maybe not so much as an example, but something that I talked about very quickly. Sarah mentioned it earlier, which is the need to strengthen local governments' capabilities to carry out decentralized South-South cooperation projects or instances. There are some cities that do not have departments that are devoted to that. In some cities, though, like Rosario, Cordoba, and many others, we do have an international cooperation department. So I believe that what we still have not done is to give these people the training or to generate capability in other areas of the government, because the ones that make this cooperation, South-South cooperation, are not the international relations we promote, but it's the specific areas that do the relationship part. Solidarity, social economy, health, in different departments, they don't have the skills. Human resources do not have the skills to carry out these initiatives, and then international relations are the ones in charge of carrying out those projects, and that's not the idea. That's on the one hand. And on the second hand, I want to highlight what Sarah said, the need to introduce capabilities in the cross-sectional areas of government, but also with the other stakeholders that will cooperate with us in the region. Universities, neighborhood associations. Thank you so much. We have to hear from the others. Thank you, Maria del Huerto Romero. We have had many examples from you. Very positive ones, very interesting ones of city-to-city cooperation, South-South cooperation. And now we'll hear final words from Edinho Silva, Araraquara Mayor. Edinho, the floor is yours.
Anita, I believe that in my first speech, when I spoke about the need for integration and cooperation among cities, mainly the South Cooperation Dialogue, I believe we need to strengthen our partnerships and consider the economic and social realities of our region. And in order to summarize, I'd like to talk about the context of the reality that is the result of the pandemics. There are some crucial issues, and here I'd like to stop for a while and I mean it's a local reality. It's a Brazilian context. So the cities and municipalities, when they adopt measures to stop the pandemics or manage the pandemics, so we have to face not only the pandemics but the central government as well. And it's really a tragedy. The central government uses the legal power to um, stop the cities or to control cities so that they cannot we cannot really adopt our measures. This is our reality today in Brazil. It is a reality that poses a lot of difficulties to cities and local governments. We need to stand strong, appreciate science, appreciate studies, and cities have to continue facing pandemics and facing the humanitarian tragedy and basically deal with two main issues. First, the role of cities, which is the role of cities and preventive measures to fight pandemic crisis of the future diseases that would be actually a reality of the 21st century. We're facing pandemics with coronavirus mutations, new variants, and this cities, it's where population lives, and it is the population in the cities that have to face the diseases, the deaths, the pollution, and the pandemics. So it is a central management. The role of local governments and cities play a key role in facing the new realities that we're facing in 21st century. And the other issue is the role of cities to face the disorganization of the economy. The difficulty that affects the lives of the people that live in the cities. They don't live in provincial states, they don't live in districts, they live in cities mainly. It is in cities where they fight vulnerability, social exclusion, and it is the cities that have to attend to the new realities. We don't know what's going to happen post pandemics. We need to find new ways to organize our activities and our lives. I believe that just to wrap up, I will mention the two issues again: the role of cities in this reality that is brought about by COVID-19, that will be actually the role of cities when facing the new uh, possible diseases and future pandemics that are likely to occur in the future, and then the role of cities in the reorganization, the centralization in terms of public policies, of social and solidarity economy. And thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Dino. The role of cities, cooperation, city-to-city cooperation, and also um, thinking about the post-pandemic world. And with this, I'll give the floor to Sarah. 3 minutes before wrapping up. So we're meeting the time for, and we're leaving the time for the next sessions. Sarah, the floor is yours. Thank you, Anita, and thank you, Adinho, Mayor Adinho. I think what you just said is precisely what we feel in the cities network and the UCLG as the world spokes entity. We are facing challenges, an unprecedented challenge, and together with climatic change, we this is we are. I mean, in cities is where we have people dying, we have high levels of pollutions, but we also need to mitigate this crisis. And as you very well said, it is a social crisis because it affects the entire world, the entire humanity. So we need an agreement for the future to develop an economy and with the care as in at the heart. And Brazil shows the importance of cities to become a voice, because the voice of Brazil is not the central government of Brazil. There are many voices, and these are all voices of government that have been duly elected, such as your case. So I'd like to thank you very much. And finally, just some final words for our audience. As Maria de Huerto said, the new issues to work on and how we can create capabilities and what we have to do. Um, a line of learning that we started with the United Nations, and to work on decentralized cooperation. We use the transformation drive by provided by the SDGs to define the real work in terms of cooperation. I think that we have a lot of issues to work on, and we need to have the right people, knowledgeable people, people that know how to know the difference between a cooperation management, a political cooperation management, projects, program, how to communicate all this. We are organizing some training for the networks, because networks play that role, and they are playing it quite enthusiastically, and this is an advantage for the future for many cities that are doing there are many activities, triangular south-south cooperation. It's very important and valuable. So, and this is, we're here to move ahead. Thank you very much for this panel, which I think was fantastic. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Sarah, and all of the panel members. I'd like to thank Adina Silvia that just shared his time with us. I don't have time for the final remarks because it's we're out of time. But I'd like to thank my colleagues. I'd like to thank my colleagues for and UCLG, Araquara, Marcos Cities, and everybody else. Thank you, and let's hope we can meet soon. And thank you very much.
Vemos que las ciudades evolucionan, cambian, se renuevan y crecen de la mano de soluciones transformadoras. Desde la Agencia para el Desarrollo Económico de la Ciudad de Córdoba, hace 24 años que estamos comprometidos con nuestro territorio, promoviendo el desarrollo sostenible con equidad. Somos un catalizador de iniciativas, un conector entre lo público y lo privado, una usina de cocreación de ideas y proyectos. Somos un espacio donde confluyen las voces y sueños de 50 instituciones, que representan a empresas y emprendedores, gobiernos, académicos e investigadores, promotores de la innovación y la transferencia tecnológica. Desde 1997 recorremos un largo camino. Promovemos la competitividad con un instrumento único en el país, a través del aporte de empresas de la ciudad. Impulsamos la transformación digital y potenciamos el desarrollo emprendedor con transferencias de innovación al circuito productivo. Concretamos el programa Córdoba Ciudad Diseño y llevamos adelante el Plan Estratégico Córdoba Polo Logístico al 2030. Desarrollamos estudios territoriales para que Córdoba pueda recuperar el área central y repensar las zonas norte, sur y este de la ciudad. Y tenemos el orgullo de haber sido seleccionados como sede del V Foro Mundial de Desarrollo Económico Local. Estos grandes desafíos nos llevaron a promover una planificación estratégica participativa del territorio para trabajar colaborativamente tanto los ejes estratégicos como las hojas de ruta hacia adelante. Construimos juntos una gran historia y fieles a nuestro legado, continuamos escribiendo un gran futuro. Fortaleciendo vínculos, afianzando la articulación público-privada, abriendo nuestras fronteras a lazos internacionales que impulsen nuestro crecimiento y enriquezcan nuestros aprendizajes. Hoy, más que nunca, sabemos quiénes somos y hacia dónde vamos. Juntos, construimos nuevas realidades por un desarrollo sostenible con equidad.
Y muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much to the previous panel. We'll continue now with this 5th World Forum on Local Economic Development. And what comes now is to move forward on the masterclass in the topic session 2, and we'll see the presentation. Territorial economic models to address inequality in the current pandemic crisis. And this talk is organized by the UNDP. Francine is a young professional and innovator that has worked for 7 years in the field of sustainable development. Since 2016, she's worked for the initiative articulation of networks and sustainable in the UNDP in Brussels. She fosters the concept of policies and promotion materials related to local governance, local development, and agenda, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Welcome, Francine, from Brussels.
Mariana and Franco, hello and welcome everyone. I feel honored to be here with you all. Let me take this opportunity to thank our partners from the International Committee. UNDP is very pleased to be part of this incredible coalition of partners that make the World Forums of Local Economic Development happen. Let me also offer a special thanks to ADEC and the city and the province of Cordoba, as well as the Argentinian government for hosting the 5th edition of this event. We have no doubt that this edition is very well placed to foster a discussion on how local economic development can help us promote a transition to a sustainable future that leaves no one behind. In fact, this 5th forum is all about uncovering the role of territories in this process, which makes the discussions we are having this week very timely. The ongoing crises, including COVID-19, are worsening pre-existing forms of inequality. Inclusive local economic development processes may be the basis for guiding innovative and local solutions to deal with the complex challenges we are facing. That's why UNDP has decided to highlight the theme of territorial economic models to tackle inequality, the topic of today's masterclass. So, without further ado, let me introduce our special guest, Mr. Luis Felipe Lopez Calva, United Nations Assistant Secretary General and UNDP Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean. Mr. Lopez Calva has nearly 3 decades of experience working in academia, advising governments, and holding key leadership positions in multilateral organizations. Before rejoining UNDP in 2018, he served as practice manager of the Poverty and Equity Global Practice of the World Bank. He was also the co-director and lead author of the World Development Report 2017 on governance and the law. Prior to that, Mr. Lopez Calva was the lead economist and regional poverty advisor in the bank's Europe and Central Asia region, and lead economist at the Poverty, Equity, and Gender Unit in the Latin America and the Caribbean region. From 2007 to 2010, he served as chief economist for Latin America and the Caribbean at UNDP in New York. Mr. Lopez Calva holds a master's degree in economics from Boston University, as well as a master and doctorate in economics from Cornell University. His research interests focus on labor market, poverty and inequality, institutions and microeconomics of development, having presented at top institutions including Harvard, Stanford, University of California, Berkeley, to name a few. So many great achievements. We know how busy you are, Luis Felipe, but we are very grateful that you took the time to be with us today. But before we get started, let me go through some housekeeping rules. Please remember to log in on the website of the 5th World Forum of Local Economic Development, where we have an online discussion board for you to share your thoughts and propose questions. You will also be able to reach us out through the official social media of the forum. I will collect your questions and transmit a few of them to Luis Felipe after the conclusion of his presentation, where we will open the floor for a round of questions and answers. When asking your questions, please do not forget to let us know your name and where you come from. We are looking forward to your participation. And now, Luis, the floor is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francine. I assume you can hear me well, as you will let me know. It is really a great opportunity for me. Thanks for the organizers for inviting me, particularly to Johannes, for this kind of invitation, and to all the host institutions. But I want to particularly thank the city of Cordoba, the province of Cordoba, and the government of Argentina, and certainly the Agency for Economic Development of the city of Cordoba. You have been great to have a physical presence, but given this current context, we are doing it online. But thank you so much for hosting this very, very important event. And it is really a privilege to be part of this. I just want to start before I go into my presentation by saying that indeed for UNDP, this network is of fundamental strategic importance. As you know, we are the development organization with the most extended local presence in the world. So in that sense, for us, this local perspective is really from which we build our whole development perspective. And we always try to be that institution that provides these very local, customized, tailored solutions to very specific, complex problems at the local level, but always with the value, the quality, and the experience of a global organization. So this is the organization we want to be, and this is a great opportunity for us to, brainstorm and to get feedback and to listen from what others are doing and try to learn and collaborate. So thank you for this. Let me go into my my presentation. The title of the presentation mentions the word models. I will be a little bit more humble and argue that what I will give you is a little bit of an organizing, hopefully an organizing set of concepts that could help us think about the challenges in this current context, and also with a more longer term perspective. So the issue of the talk is inequality, and then eventually we will land into why and how this matters at the very local level. So it's very important to say that inequality, you can always argue whether it has gone down in certain dimensions, up in others, and I will show some data. But it's very important to say that overall, it definitely remains in high levels, levels that could affect efficiency, that could affect, as we mentioned in a minute, political economy aspects. So definitely independent. The discussion is not whether what is the optimal level of inequality. I think the real question is that there is consensus that the current level of inequality is too high. You can see this is a very quick, indicator, which is looking in the books, a quick search through Google, what is the use of the concept global inequality, and you can see how it picks up in the 90s, and it really becomes a very important topic in the writings of academic and policy conversation. So this is very important issue, and the scale doesn't help because it doesn't start at zero, so it seems like a very important reduction, but actually if we go to the right scale, this is a very, very limited reduction in the global Gini, as estimated by the World Inequality Database. So I would insist in two aspects. So one is that inequality is very high globally, but also that inequality is very persistent. If we look at this by regions, we also find that inequality tends to be higher in relatively less developed regions. So in the region where I have spent most of my time working, which is Latin America and the Caribbean, we can see it will be the second region in rank, only surpassed by Sub-Saharan Africa in terms of the level of inequality. So inequality is high, persistent, and particularly present in context of developing economies, both low income and middle income economies. But not only the objective indicators of inequality show this, but also the citizens' perceptions of, in this case, what we can call unfairness, where the system is fair. So the question is, how fair do you think is the distribution of income in a country? And this is a survey we carried out recently in partnership with Latino Barometer, which is going to be featured in our forthcoming regional human development report that we'll be launching in the third week of June. So this is just one of those indicators that we gather in this survey, and we see that there is a very large, high share of the population that persists, certainly the majority, but actually a pretty high share of the population that argues that the distribution is unfair. So not only the objective indicators matter, but the perception, because that also leads to political attitudes, and that leads to changes in behavior. And in a Hirschmanian sense, I would say, in some cases when people opt to exit the social contract because they think that the social contract is not fair, or is not responding to their needs. But as we argued in our Global Human Development Report 2019 in UNDP, the Human Development Report in 2019 talks about inequalities beyond income, beyond average, and beyond today. So if we go beyond income, we see that, as you know, since 1990, UNDP has been arguing, I think successfully, because the international community has moved in that direction, that we should go beyond incomes. If we look at three elements, for example, life expectancy at birth, mean years of schooling and expected years of schooling, the issue here is not only that by human development group, in terms of low, medium, high, and very high, what matters is not what we want to feature here is not only, of course, that the very high are much higher than the low, but the fact that the variance within the group is very high. So in all the groups, the variance is also very high. So the inequality across countries in these dimensions is also very high, something to take into account. And as we call them in that report, the new generation of inequalities that are emerging. So for example, there is convergence, that's why you see this negative slope, convergence in life expectancy at birth, right? So in that basic indicator, there is convergence in the sense that lower income, lower human development countries are catching up to high human development countries. But if you look at life expectancy at age 70, the slope is positive, which means there is divergence. So higher human development countries are moving faster in terms of improving the life expectancy of the population compared to low human development countries. So inequalities are expanding. So it's very important, the point that we make in that report, saying that, yes, if we look at basic indicators, and people like Angus Deaton has written about this extensively, there has been convergence in some basic indicators, which is a very good piece of news. But if we look at other dimensions, there is also some elements, there are some elements of divergence. So we have to be very much looking into whether this sort of new generation of inequalities. No? Another example that is very persistent is gender inequality. There was actually a special issue of the Global Human Development Report of 2019 on gender norms. And we see very persistent gender norms that justify or, in a way, reproduce inequality in gender indicators. And this is something to be concerned, and how we work as we do in every context in which we collaborate with countries and other actors, with governments and other actors in different countries, to try to change these social norms and eliminate those biases. So if we go beyond averages, not only beyond income, it's very important to look at the growth, what is called, as you know, many of you know, it's a growth incidence curve. So what you have here is you order the population from very low income, from the lowest income to the highest income. And here you graph the growth of income for this population. And you look at this year by year. In the case of LAC, I'm showing here, the fact that you have a very clear negative slope at the beginning of the period shows that people with relatively low income were experiencing higher growth in their income, okay? And this was basically 2001, 2002, 2003, all this period in which we in our region observed a reduction in inequality, having to do with the commodity boom, with the expansion of social transfers, many other policies. This stagnated eventually, and you can see that this negative slope turns into a flat line, and eventually even more recently, even a positively sloped one, which basically means that for the lowest income people, income is starting to basically stagnate. So this is a very important element because the positive reduction in inequality that we observed for a few years starts to get to stabilize, still at very high level. So it's very important to go beyond the average and start looking at across the distribution what is happening. And look at this graph in South Africa. This is very interesting because what you see, it's a static growth incidence curve, different to the dynamic graph that I mentioned before. But you look at the growth of income for the bottom of the distribution and for the top of the distribution. And look, you have a hole in the middle. And this is a very important element. The middle class losing, the middle class in the statistical sense here losing, which basically means a process of polarization, income polarization. As you know, not all inequalities are born equal, and we can have two distributions with the same level of inequality, but different levels of polarization. What does that mean? That a distribution that tends to be unimodal, which is the typical normal distribution, becomes bimodal. So here, if you graph this distribution of growth, you would have one mode here and one mode here, right? So this is a polarized process of polarization. For those of you who know, this is very well reflected in the Brash-Ray and Joan-Marie Esteban's seminal paper in 1994 in Econometrica on the measurement of polarization. And after that, there is a long literature, including James Foster's very interesting perspective on measuring the middle. So this is a very important aspect of the distribution as well. Not surprisingly, if we move from flows to stocks, we look at wealth now, and we look at the number of billionaires. So the number of billionaires has quintupled in the last 20 years in the world. So this is very important to say that when we mention this graph, and this is interesting because yesterday we released a graph that I will show you in a minute about the growth of the wealth of billionaires during the pandemic. And the reaction is immediately that this is a negative piece of news. Yes, I mean, if you consider all the aspects related to it and what is the reason for this, you can go into very important areas of policy response. But in principle, what you can also see here is that there was a lot of wealth being created in that period, okay? So it's a period of a boom in many sectors and so on. So there is wealth being created that correlates also with reductions in poverty, around the world, and improvement in many social indicators. But of course, what we want to highlight here is the disproportionate benefit for those at the top. So the idea is how policy can make sure that all these that reflect all this wealth that is created can be transferred eventually without any expropriatory move, but rather in a way that is conducive to further growth, can be transferred to massive groups of population, because this is wealth created by society as a whole. Now let's go to inequalities beyond today. So how we foresee these trends. This is, for example, the effect of the climate crisis and how this is very disequalizing. There are two elements. I'm looking at my timing. I think I still have, according to my timing, 7 minutes left, so I will try to accelerate a little bit. The climate crisis is not only important because it makes countries, societies, communities vulnerable, but also because it particularly makes vulnerable those who are at the bottom of the distribution. It's very disequalizing. This is the impact of damages due to extreme natural hazards. And I will call your attention, there is a lot of information here, but to this dotted line. This dotted line is a trend in the 99th percentile of the level of destruction, okay? So it's not about only the persistence of the shocks, which we call extensive risk, but this is about the levels, the magnitude of the shock, which we call intensive risk. So this could be an indicator of intensive risk, and you see how, because of climate change and so on, this has become more and more destructive, right? And not only that, but if we compare with this is particularly harmful or particularly damaging for relatively low human development countries. So their impact of these disasters is particularly high in low human development countries and is more mitigated or better mitigated in relatively higher human development countries. So it's very, not only is growing in intensity, but it's also impacting, it's very disequalizing, okay? Inequality and technology, we always talk about, I just mentioned the new inequalities. Well, in access to mobile, it's something that has been made clear by this crisis, is that access to technology and connectivity, it really makes a difference, right? So if we look at this again, negative slope means that in access to mobile, there has been convergence between levels of human development and development in general. But if you look at access to broadband, the positive slope shows that there is divergence. So there is a lot of action to be taken, and this COVID crisis has magnified this impact. We need to intervene and to bring inclusive digitalization, as I will mention at the end. Why is inequality important in normative terms? Well, we know at this infinity loop of governance from WDR 2017, there is a place where decisions are made. Let's call it the policy arena. It involves Congress, interest groups, social pressures. There is a place where policies are decided, and those policies have an impact on the pattern of development and growth. You can have a more growth that is more concentrating of income at the top, as we saw, or we can have a growth that is more inclusive, or we have these other elements in terms of the policies, how policies generate that pattern, and that pattern redistributes power. So people who concentrate more income here, or more wealth, have more de facto power to influence this policy arena. So we care about inequality also in an instrumental sense, because those who are left behind have less voice in this political process, right? And not only that, but also you can change the rules of the game, laws, regulations, and so on, and that also redistributes de jure power. So the power asymmetries in this policy arena are exacerbated and potentially institutionalized through this de jure power if you don't have a balanced process of development. So we care about inequality in an instrumental sense, of course, in addition to many normative reasons that we know why we care about inequality. So let's bring the territory into the conversation. We have seen that poorer countries have been catching up to richer ones. There is, Branko Milanovic, Francois Bouillon, Ravi Kambur, everybody has shown that there is reduction in between country inequality. So there is convergence in income, but within countries that is not so clear. We look at convergence in Mexico in a paper that is forthcoming in Empirical Economics, and we see that after 2000, there is some weak level of convergence in the municipalities in Mexico, but as we call it at some point, and then we change the title, but we call it at some point convergence to mediocrity, in the sense, very mediocre growth, convergence, but with in income, with no convergence in many other non-income related dimensions. If you look at the balance around the world, where there are, let's say, half and half countries where inequality has decreased in income, I'm talking about here, not wealth, and in others, it has increased. But overall, I would argue that if you look at income, the picture is mixed. If you look at wealth, the picture is less mixed. We can talk about more concentration. So I would argue that there are two levels in which inequality has been very persistent: territorial and urban versus rural. This is a map of farm family income in rural communities or agricultural communities in Europe. And you see a lot of persistent inequalities in terms of these communities. And here we're only talking about farm income. So this is about agriculturally active areas in Europe. If we look at the gap between HDI richest and poorest regions, very persistent as well, so very difficult to close these gaps. If we go to large countries, like Brazil or Mexico, we see that even though there is a slight increase in the average level of human development, the gap in these countries is just very, very stubborn. It's very difficult to close. Same in Mexico, you have the important gaps. It's very interesting that we produced in 2003 a human development report, national human development report in Mexico on inequality. And then we came back in 2019 to present sort of an update of that inequality report. And we found basically the same gaps. Very, very little improvement. Again, not in terms of levels in which there is improvement, but in terms of the gaps. So what makes this persistence so stubborn, so difficult to address? Not only that, but other dimensions that are not income, right? So you can see the correlation between where you live and your life expectancy. We produce a note that we call the "Tell me where you live, and I will tell you for how long," because it really matters where this correlation between as a circumstance, as space and achievement, right? Where you are born, and that's why many people decide to move, for those who can. In some countries also, water and sanitation, the gaps are huge in terms of rural versus urban and across wet green diets. So these are the persistencies the gaps that became, not only are very persistent, but are being exacerbated by the current pandemic. This is the COVID impact in terms of fatalities, and you see the huge correlation in terms of your location and your probability to be most affected in terms of health by the pandemic. And again, this is a developing country pandemic. Developing countries test very little. If you look at excess deaths, not at cases reported in all the databases because of testing, look at excess deaths, more than 80% of total deaths, excess deaths in these 2 years, year and a half, are in developing countries. So this is a developing country pandemic, even though during the first months, everybody was claiming that it was a high-income pandemic. And again, not everybody has been affected. There has been a very important increase in the wealth of the billionaires, as we showed yesterday in our graph for thought. So let me go quickly to try to land into some elements for action. Let me talk about one. So there are 4 aspects. I ran out of time, so let me close into the measure I wanted to give for action. There is historical persistence, not persistence, but persistence. There is movement of factors that, of course, also affect inequalities. Governance, what I call state density, was not me, my concept, is actually Guillermo O'Donnell's concept. The presence of the state across the territory is very discontinuous, and the multi-level coordination and local political dynamics. Look at this graph in the case of Bolivia. This is from a paper with Lydia Cheriani, in which we construct an index of state density. And we see the gaps, what Guillermo O'Donnell would call the holes in terms of the discontinuity of the presence of the state across the territory, which is a very important issue to address in order to close the gaps. And I would argue perhaps the most important. Empirical evidence, this is again Mexico, municipal capacities are massively heterogeneous and very limited in the municipalities that are lagging behind. I called your attention to this 2009 old concept, not so old, but very, very powerful concept by Inder McGill and the team in the WTR 2009 about development inequality or development in 3D, right? Space is about density, it's about distance, and it's about division. It's about how you deal with density, agglomeration, it's how you manage space, and how you manage segregation. So these are the 3Ds that we care about when we talk about the territory. And the 4 elements that I mentioned before, for example, historical persistence really affects density and division because there is, of course, history dependence in terms of agglomeration. There are very nice papers by Alicia Ceran, Debra Ray, and others, and Krugman, actually, history versus expectations in the Quarterly Journal of Economics. So all the aspects, how density is very much determined by history, but also historical persistence determines segregation, right? There are movement of factors of production that affect distance and density and so on. So I just wanted to give you sort of an organizing framework to think about how to act at the local level, right? So entry points, and with this I close. I think nature-based solutions, inclusive digitalization, and strengthen local governance that fills state density gaps are sort of the three engines for closing these gaps that I would stress. Nature-based solutions that can make the space feasible, viable from the economic perspective by bringing payment for environmental services and other types of community sustainable production and so on as nature-based solutions, but also they can make communities more prosperous in the place where they are. Nature-based solutions can also manage density, but climate resistance, mitigate heat island effects, improve air quality, green infrastructure, and so on. There is a lot of work done on that in urban centers, for example. Inclusive digitalization is fundamental to manage distance. This is the new instrument to manage distance, let's call it. And we need inclusive digitalization, which involves, we have said, infrastructure, skills, and regulation, so the rents don't go into few hands. I think it's important to have these three aspects for inclusive digitalization. Again, infrastructure, skills, and regulation. Finally, we need to improve the quality of governance at state level and fill the gaps, make the state more continuous across the territory to try to address the issues of division. We need to prevent segregation and try to bring solutions to this. I close with this element that this concept that I like from Paul Romer, that he says managing agglomeration is about increasing the likelihood that good things happen, like productivity, like social cohesion, and reducing the probability that bad things happen, like segregation, crime, and so on. And this can only be done through governance. So I would argue that at the end, the local lens to this type of development perspective is about governance. Thank you so much, and I'm open for the conversation.
Thank you very much, Luis Felipe, for such an outstanding presentation. It was quite insightful and inspiring, and I felt it touched upon many of the root causes and consequences of inequalities, and also gave us a framework on how to translate this to the territorial level. I'm sure that it will be a great guide for many of us, as well as for the follow-up discussions of our thematic line. But now I would like to open the floor for some questions. We still have about 10 minutes, so I think we can take maybe one or two. So let me start with the questions that we received from Ricardo. He's from Brazil, and he works for a local and regional association. He's saying that since Latin America is one of the planet's most urbanized regions, facing problems such as fragmentation, segregation, and exclusion, where the poor still struggle to access basic services, including security, public transport, water, and sanitation, as you were mentioned before. And in addition to that, there are many problems related to weak security and just institutions, youth unemployment, and social and income inequality. So therefore, he's asking, in your opinion, what could be done to support and promote a new generation of enlightened mayors across Latin America that would take the necessary steps to building resilience and reduce fragility? And finally, he would like to know, what can the UN do to support a just and equal urban revolution that reduces inequality in all forms?
Can we take two and I respond to that? No?
Yeah, of course. So we have also a bit linked to that, but getting out of the Latin American perspective, Andrea, a UNDP colleague, which is based in Italy, he was asking what are the emerging space and modalities for effective local governance that can contribute to reduce inequality, in your opinion?
Thank you. So on the first one, I would like to address the issue of leadership, local leadership. And I think this is very important, a very interesting question. I do think that we can encourage and try to build more capacity at the local level. As I mentioned, I mentioned indicators, objective indicators of capacity. But I also want to make a reflection on this idea of capacity, and eventually I move to leadership. So capacity is a stock. So when we think about capacity, we have to think that capacity has been built through investment in the past. So I always link, and certainly WR 2017 says, think about power, not only capacity. Why capacity has not been built in certain areas and has been built in other areas. So in a way, at the end, again, is an issue of power asymmetry. So the importance here, and with this I try to give an answer that is a bit abstract, but I can give you concrete examples of what we do, is try to empower communities and empower leaders at the local level. Because it's only through that you will be able to change the way decisions are made, and also to make the overall system more responsive to specific areas, geographic areas, by empowering local communities, empowering local leadership. And I would very strongly argue in favor of female leadership. I think, and there is very, very extensive literature on this, that investments, the profile of investments and the nature of the policies that are undertaken changes when there are female leaders. So if you ask me one way in which we would like to collaborate in terms of trying to revert these trends, is by, I would argue, empowering communities, empowering leaders, local leaders, and particularly female leadership. That would be, in a way, a key to try to change the political dynamics. And yes, I think leadership is fundamental. There are two types of leadership. Let me simplify. One is transactional leadership, which is, people can, a very quick, simple definition would be people who can turn a zero-sum game into a positive-sum game. People who can get things done. These are transactional leaders, and we need them. But there are also, even though it's more difficult to find them, transformational leaders, right? Leaders that inspire, that change the collective expectations, that change the collective narrative. And I think we need both. And the only thing to build this capacity is by investing at the very, very local community level, and we try to support that. Sorry, if you don't mind telling me the second question again.
We actually have something that builds a bit on what you were just saying. We receive a question from Andre Robert Cummings, which is actually then building up on this point of the capacity, trying to understand if you believe there is an evidence of the relationship between degrees of decentralization and the capacities at the territorial level, and if that helps you to force socio-economic inequalities.
That's a very, very interesting question that could take us a whole new session. But let me summarize. I think decentralization is a very good idea, concept, in the sense that you bring decision-making to the local level so that locally you are closer to the needs of population and so on. So it is a very solid concept, and it has proven to bring benefits in many respects. However, there is also evidence that in order to decentralize effectively, you need to strengthen at the local level capacities and accountabilities. So there is, Jean-Paul Faguet in Colombia or Bolivia, and Pranab Bardar and Dilip Mukherjee in India. They have written extensively on when you decentralize without strengthening capacity and accountability, it may lead to failures. So yes, I think decentralization is a very good idea, but we need to work very, very closely to strengthen, again, these two elements, accountability and capacity. Otherwise, also decentralization can be captured and can lead to corruption, or can lead to waste. So at the end, as I said in my closing, it is about governance, how you create the right governance structure at the local level that can make decentralization work.
Oh, great. I have also just been informed that our time is up. So unfortunately, we won't be able to take more questions, but there are still quite a few and are online. So I also invite for everyone to continue the discussions because there are many interesting things specific from countries. So please bear with us there because we will continue. But now let me just thank you again, Luis Felipe, for taking the time to answer the questions. And on behalf of the National and International Committee of the Fifth Forum, I would like to thank you again for being with us. I think there were many takeaways that I'm sure that all of us will go away with. And on that note, I would like to conclude the session and invite everyone to stay connected with us for our next plenary session, which happens right now after the break. Have a wonderful rest of the day and see you again in a few minutes.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francine. Thank you to all of those who participated in the panel. After a short break, 20-minute break, we'll have the plenary session with the same topic. We're going to go around the city of Cordoba, and we'll go with very nice music because we have Rayos Láser, Laser Rays, a band from the city of Cordoba, and we'll come back with the forum in a while. Thank you.
Así la llamó el poeta. Basta con llegar al centro histórico para encontrar sus iglesias de gran porte. Sus callecitas empedradas llegan a una catedral de aires barrocos e indígenas. Atravesada por la cañada que recorre la ciudad sin pedir permiso. Córdoba también alberga la manzana jesuítica, una vuelta al pasado que presenta un legado de más de 400 años. Junto con las estancias jesuíticas, la UNESCO las declaró Patrimonio de la Humanidad. Sus recintos, tradiciones y costumbres marcan nuestra identidad. Trabajamos constantemente para recuperar y potenciar los espacios urbanos de la ciudad. Bajo una iniciativa de la Municipalidad de Córdoba, la Comisión Europea subvencionará un proyecto para mejorar la preservación del área central. Nos plegamos a las grandes tendencias del mundo, implementando un nuevo modelo de urbanización, las supermanzanas, revalorizando espacios de encuentro que acompañan el esparcimiento, el deporte y la movilidad sustentable. De la mano de los promotores del río, cuidamos la costanera y su entorno. La ciudad nos cobija. Convivimos con la historia y la modernidad a flor de piel, y somos parte de ese legado y ese futuro. Hoy más que nunca, sabemos quiénes somos y hacia dónde vamos. Juntos, disfrutamos la ciudad, Córdoba capital. Todas las oportunidades, un solo destino.
Hoy lo disfrutás viendo este streaming con artistas increíbles, pero todos estos lugares son tuyos, son para vos. Córdoba lo tiene todo, disfrútala.
Ya no voy a verte, a verte, a verte, pero igual me quemas mirarme. No existo. No hay nadie que pueda acercarse a mí. Sabes bien, te admiro. Quisiera quedarme así. Todo el mundo hoy gira al revés. Hoy gira al revés. Hoy gira al revés. Nuestro amor quiere aguantar otra vez. Hay que liberarlo. Nuestro amor quiere aguantar otra vez. Hay que liberarlo.
¿Qué tal? Nosotros somos Rayos Láser. Un placer estar aquí.
Perdóname, pero no estoy para volver a despertar cerca tuyo. Ya me hiciste mal, hoy te miré y al parecer ya no hay lugar, ningún lugar para mí. Voy a cantar esa canción que dice: el tiempo cabe en tu reloj. Voy a creer, la libertad me mata y siento que me hace bien. No está tan mal poder decir esto ya fue. Perdóname, pero no estoy para volver a despertar cerca tuyo. Ya me hiciste mal, hoy te miré y al parecer ya no hay lugar, ningún lugar para mí. Volví a cantar esa canción que dice: el tiempo cabe en tu reloj. Volví a creer, la libertad me mata y siento que me hace bien. No está tan mal poder decir esto ya fue. Perdóname, pero no estoy para volver a despertar cerca tuyo. Ya me hiciste mal, hoy te miré y al parecer ya no hay lugar, ningún lugar para mí. Perdóname, pero no estoy para volver a despertar cerca tuyo. Ya me hiciste mal, hoy te miré y al parecer ya no hay lugar, ningún lugar para mí. soñando, pero no alcanzó lo que construimos. En el tiempo quedó. No me importa si te tengo que esperar. Nuestra historia. Que nos separó fue como una pausa, una distracción. Todas tus palabras hoy me hacen bien, con el cuerpo quebrado y la sombra al final. Solo tenés que saber, no me importa si te tengo que esperar. Nuestra historia ya salió del celular. No me importa si te tengo que esperar. No me importa, nunca te pude olvidar. No me importa si te tengo que esperar. Nuestra historia ya salió del celular. No me importa si te tengo que esperar. No me importa, nunca te pude olvidar. El mundo nunca estuvo mejor. El viento no dejó de soplar. Cantamos en la noche que nunca fue. Viajamos en el tiempo. La música nos hace bailar. Hoy cuesta, pero puedo intentarlo. Las luces de la calle me pegan mal. Llegamos a tu casa, pero no estás. No te encontré. Como un reflejo te imaginé. Para entender, debo seguir. estuvo mejor.
Gracias por invitarnos. Estamos felices de estar tocando en este lugar hermoso de Córdoba. Vamos a tocar la última canción. Muchísimas gracias. Gracias.
Listo.
Bienvenido.
Welcome back. After this break, we enjoyed some music, some scenes of our city. We'll now start with the next session on thematic line number 2. Territorial economic models to address inequality before the current pandemic crisis. This session is organized by UNPD. It will be moderated by José Luis Falero, who is the Minister of Transportation from the Republic of Uruguay. Welcome. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for your invitation to work on to deal with an issue that has actually converges so many different perspectives. It is a wonderful opportunity to discuss this issue. The COVID-19 is posing a very harsh situation because we have to face the challenges and problems of the pandemics, and at the same time, we you have to consider that what is happening is not only the result of the pandemics. The pandemics is showing us issues or problems that were not noticed before. And some people believe that when the pandemic is over, then we'll go back to normal. But this illusion is really harmful because we will not consider the issues that need to be considered. And one of those issues is, without a doubt, inequality, especially inequality in regarding territorial development. The 2030 Agenda of Sustainable Development considers principles that can promote these economic development projects, decent work, and economic growth, or the reduction of inequality, or ODS 12, SDG 12, Partnerships for Development, and the Uruguayan government sustains and supports this, articulating with private sector, civil society as a whole, in order to promote the development of our territories in conjunction with the international cooperation aligned with the strategic priorities of our government. Partnerships for sustainable development at the regional territorial level, this is the issues that has us together here today. In a recent workshop that was promoted by CEPAL, it was said that the dimension of the crisis has generated a lot of discussion on the roles of public policies, and it also emphasizes the significance of collaboration among sectors between private public sectors with the organization of citizens, different levels of government, among other actors or stakeholders that will have to participate in the discussion. This implies a learning process, a collaborative learning process between institutions, and I look forward that this panel can help us reflect and make the appropriate contributions. In this context, the different territories play a key role when facing the challenges where our citizens face the inequality gaps that we've talked about for a long time, greater access, and to also strengthen the capabilities of territories and their diversity, and also to enhance the stakeholders' role. It is also important to promote economic development and bring in and incorporate technological innovations, environmental, social, institutional innovations that are appropriate for each territory. Also getting close to the people that inhabit the territories, and with a strategic vision to move towards the change that the crisis requires. The objective is to have more inclusive and sustainable societies. We'll look forward to exchange our experiences from the different regions you represent. It's always very good to share experiences. So you know that now I'm the Minister of Transportation, but I come from I was a mayor of San Jose. I know the realities of the local territory, and I think this helps me understand, you know, and helps me articulate efforts between the national, district, and municipal governments. So I'd like to welcome you all. Mariana Mazzucato. COVID, I would like to quote Mariana, COVID has taken away a lot, but it is also it also poses an opportunity to redefine global economy and overcome our pain and capture the moment to secure the future for all of us. With this brief message, then we can open, and I'd like to thank everyone. Ambassador Christine Morrow, who is the delegate for foreign action and local authorities within the Ministry of Europe and Foreign Affairs of France, Fernando Asensio from the Ministry of Foreign Relations, International Trade and Cult, Edgardo Silveri from the Republic of Peru, from the Council of Ministers, Miriam Lorette from the Basque government, and Claudio Tomasi representing UNDP in Argentina. And so we'll be ready to begin if it's okay with you to be ready to listen to your experiences. So let's begin. Well, I have some questions that I think it's appropriate to share with you so you can share your viewpoints. So the first question I'd like to pose has to do with the following. The current pandemic crisis that worsens different risk factors is generated growing inequality patterns and diversified growing patterns, inequality patterns. This impacts the most vulnerable and it reduces their options in terms of social mobility. It deepens polarization among social groups and territories, and it weakens or undermines resilience. From your role and your perspective, how can response and recovery policies be framed and anchored in territorial dynamics and in the governance frameworks in order to address causes more efficiently and the multiple dimensions of inequality in the current scenario? This is the first question for everyone, so let's begin with your experiences. I'll give the floor to Ambassador Christine Morrow. The floor is yours.
La parole. Merci de m'avoir invité également. Et permettez-moi d'abord.
Thank you very much. I'd like to greet all of the panel members and all of the participants, particularly the city of Cordoba, that is the virtual host. They have we have built a strong cooperation between France and Argentina and other Latin American partners. Next week, the first week in June, we'll organize an online seminar on decentralized cooperation between France and Latin America in the framework of Latin American and the Caribbean Week, that is organized every year in France in June. To respond to your question, pandemics brought about different effects based on territories. That is true. It has to do with the degree of circulation, the intensity of the circulation of the virus, but also the economic and social impact. We have some studies in France that showed that the social economic impact is more important in territories that are strongly specialized in specific sectors such as aeronautics and tourism. But generally speaking, the local governments and local communities understood that this was a challenge that helped them develop their roles and strengthen the roles. In fact, despite language differences or there were some differences between state governments and national governments and state governments. We see above all collaboration that was developed in a more active way compared to the past between the state and communities before this crisis. Locally speaking, we can say that there's been a reinforcement of communities, particularly in terms of health, because territories in France do not have legal competence in terms of health, but they have developed a lot of activities related to pandemics, such as the distribution of masks and the organization of the public space for to follow and respect the barriers and protocols, and also vaccination programs. And the economic recovery, the French state released a recovery plan in order to exit the economic recession that we were immersed in as a result of the pandemics. It is important to establish the right partners and partnerships. In September 2020, we signed an agreement with the French regions to establish a co-shared participation based on the priorities and the projects that can be developed, the different modalities in the different territories. The next topic that has to do with sustainable growth, because COVID-19 crisis accelerated the creation of awareness in terms of the the drastic scenario that a situation like this can bring about. Issues related to biodiversity and the environment in general have been accelerated as a result of this crisis. Consequently, at the international level, regarding territories and decentralized cooperation, we were able to support communities. There is a legislation that is being passed on the fight against global inequalities. This law allows us to make progress in this sense. We began to work before the pandemics, but during the COVID-19 crisis, we have deepened our work based on the experience we went through. This legislation gives space to decentralized cooperation in communities that are, and it foresees an increase in terms of financial aids that will be made available by the state via the the delegation that I preside. France is the only country that has a ministerial service, specific service devoted to sustaining the work of the activities of territories. And with this, we want to make them participants of the large diplomatic events such as the Equality Development Forum that took place, in Mexico and then in France, or the Congress on nature preservation that will be held in Marseille this year, the affirmation of territorial communities, and support that we have provided from France, from the French government. We've been able to made public policies more available, policies against inequality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you very much for your contributions. Now we'll hear from Ambassador Fernando Asensio. Please go ahead. Your microphone is on mute. Thank you very much, Jose Luis. Can you hear me now? Yes, perfectly well. Good morning, everybody. With regards to the question, and it is our perspective that we need to think about this from the territorial point of view. We need to look at the territory first. A goal can be really good, but without the territory, we cannot make significant changes. That's why I believe that adapting these type of policies, implementing these type of policies, and monitoring them, monitoring the sustainable indicators are key actions. And in order to do so, the city, local governments, and province governments, together with the national administration, are important. In the past, we thought about the solution to these problems from the top down. Particularly back in the 70s, there was almost no intervention from the communities. We think nowadays the local territory is key. And it's a vital context where the human interrelations are very specific and very important, and they're continuously evolving according to what the community members think for themselves, is better for themselves. That being said, in the 21st century, we have two different challenges. The first challenge is what the academia calls multi-scalability. This has to do with the need to plan from the place that they inhabit without isolating themselves from the total context. That, which seems so obvious, I think it's not quite that much, because the local government, Fernando, sorry. I can hear you. You're cutting off a little bit. I don't know how everybody else is listening to you.
Escuchan bien, dicen, sí, están diciendo que escuchan bien. Sí, están diciendo que escuchan bien.
Okay. People, the audience can hear me well, so I'm going to continue. Just hold on a minute. Just hold on a second. The technical team is telling me that people can hear me well. Yes, it's just me then. I'm sorry. Please continue. Thank you. So what I was saying, so the first challenge is what the academia call multi-scalability. This has to do with the anxiety to plan from the territory where you inhabit without isolating yourself from the context and the territory. This seems obvious, but I don't think it is that obvious, because the local government must plan considering the general guideline that have been defined by the provinces and the national administration. In that sense, a territory that plans without considering that challenge is a territory that will not have great possibilities, the strategy to achieve goals, and so on. A second challenge that I find is the intersectorial aspect, which is in public administration, there is a sectorial logic instead of the cooperative and coordination logic. Of course, the sectorial organization approaches different development topics such as education, health, agriculture, environment, among the most important ones I can mention. However, that focus is closed because the population faces problems, not topics. And I say that as a politician. I was a counselor for La Matanza, community counselor, so I say it with the knowledge from a politician. And problems demand solutions, comprehensive measures. When you talk about a local problem and you think about a local issue, you have to think intersectorially, and the pandemic now is showing is that it is making this more evident, which has several dimensions that go from the health assessment, cultural assessment, political assessment. So when we plan, of course, we have to consider the problems that we find in our location, particularly, understand why they're so special, and try to find comprehensive solution, which is finding an intersectorial solution, of course, from the territorial point of view. Therefore, as the 2030 Agenda states, SDG number 17, we understand that to have a sustainable agenda, for it to be efficient, we need intergovernmental alliances at all levels, private sector, civil society, etc. We need comprehensive solutions for problems that impact the local level. On the other hand, according to the interrelationships among the different social stakeholders and the government, we can regulate, or we can measure the type of participation from the community. It could be only consulting, it could be informative, or it could be participatory. But for us, it's very important to have that kind of involvement, because as long as the projects are supported by the community, they will have more capacity to be sustained in time, which is twice as important in times when the social fabric and the cohesion are at stake. But going back to the government, the one that we represent, in order to reach the SDGs, we need two things. On the one hand, that those that make the social policies need to understand the scope of each one of the scope of each one of the SDGs, and second, they need to have quick access to the statistical information, but it has to be updated so they can differentiate the duality in our territory and in our countries, with enough breaking down of those statistics so we can understand them thoroughly. Therefore, governments do play a key role, not only in the collection of information, but also in the analytical reflection of issues, so that we can transfer that information in actual operational rules. In that context, we need to remember that the updated statistics and segregated statistics and the intersectorial connection are key to bring the SDGs to the territories, to localize the SDGs. So there is a strong involvement of the civil society, but only when there is open government. An organization that Argentina is a part of, and we co-presided that until the end of 2020. At the beginning of 2020, we were able to show all the work that we did with open government, which involves the cabinet and several government entities, but also representatives of civil society. For instance, up to 2020, the Civil Society for Equality and Justice was part of that table. The Foundation for Legislations, the Foundation for Sustainable Policies, and the Foundation for the Women's Research Studies. What I'm saying, again, they seem to be so obvious, but they are basic concepts that are so important in order for the correct decision-making process in terms of politics. In complex matters such as development, we understand from our own place and from the state that building a real government that is multi-level, multi-dimensional, and multi-stakeholders is crucial, and that can only be achieved when we involve the different areas of the state, and to involve also the civil society. And that's what we have been doing from the Chancellor's office. Our president, Alberto Fernandez, has asked us to do so, and Felipe Solá, our Chancellor, has also asked us to do so. And that way we can compare the local policies, a Chancellor's office that is really federal. Thank you very much. Thank you, Fernando. It is without a doubt great ideas that you have put on the table. Would like to welcome Armenio Fernandez, and I understand that Claudio Tomasi is also on in the panel. So we'll hear from Edgardo Marcelo Cruzado.
Good morning, and thank you, Jose Luis. First of all, I'd like to send my greetings to Cordoba, Argentina, for hosting the forum, in this virtual forum that invites us all to communicate in a different manner how pandemics have pushed us to new ways of communicating. So regarding territorial models to address inequality, where this is an agenda that sets objectives and challenges, I'd like to start by saying that I agree with everything that was put forward by France, Cristina, and Fernando from Argentina, and their relation with other governments and the relevance of the experience that is needed to build territories. In Peru in 2016, 2017, with the start of a new government, in the framework of a decentralization process, we have a unitary decentralized nation. We implemented territorial vice governance ministry. It is the coordinating ministry of the national government, and we implemented a vice department, a vice ministry, an office, a bureau that strengthens, reinforces intergovernmental processes. This is not a job that has to be done from the national level or local level. It is a shared responsibility. There's a lot of dynamics between the regional, the communities, and the governments in general, the private sectors and the academia. And this process, which is very complex because it is very dynamic and heterogeneous, it's key. And it has to be coordinated, not to make it homogeneous, but to make it stronger, to reinforce it. These forms of communication are not simple, they are very complex. Jose Luis is aware of what I'm saying. He's gone through the process, and so we need to build a way to organize ourselves, organize the regional, local levels, and the national levels as well. So within this framework, we've been able to promote from Peru an instrument. We have some experience from some European communities, which are the regional development agencies. So how we did this at the different government levels is promoting local development agencies. These are instruments that build multi-level dialogue instances so territories themselves have the right capacities and compete in globalized market in the shorter time possible. Agencies are promoters of this economic development space, representing all of the diversity, but taking the territories to improvement in the life quality of their inhabitants, decent jobs, and the sustainable development goals. Agencies are spaces for coordinations. As I said before, it doesn't have to be homogeneous. They can be diverse. And this happens, and then we have the pandemic crisis. And not only the assessment of a political evaluation. In Peru, we just learned this is some data that shows, the evaluation of incomes per capita. We have grown about 10% in terms of poverty during COVID-19 crisis. Very large growth. This difficulty in regarding the increase in poverty is related, has affected, as Christina said, places that were at the top in terms of inequality levels. So they were really at the top. And so the pandemic has decreased territorial inequalities. I mean, as a result of this, there is a convergence. This is not something we have to be happy about. I mean, this is a main concern for the countries because this crisis is mainly urban with cities at the center, and it requires a set of political tools and actions, not only health, but also recovery of employment, that is recovering these production structures. And in Peru, we believe that this recovery, besides being urgent and necessary, it is an opportunity to promote public policies with a diversified approach that has to arise from the characteristics and priorities of those territories and communities. This is going to be the only way for the public policies that we're deploying to lead us to a convergence and better quality of life and distribution of equality. So we need to work together to recover, to learn from experiences as we're doing today, and to seek for public-private convergence so that we have the necessary tools in order to recover the production capabilities of the territories. Thank you, José Luis. Thank you, Edgardo, for your contribution. Now, we'll give the floor to Miriam. Good afternoon, everyone. It is an honor to share this panel with you on the 5th World Forum on Local Economic Development. I'd like to send warm greetings to the city of Cordoba and the province of Cordoba because we have a privileged relationship, particularly in the economic arena with Cordoba. So we cannot be there in person, but I look forward to having the opportunity to visit you soon. So having said this, I will make my attempts to answer your questions from the vast government perspective. And I'd like to discuss the measures we've adopted and also discuss the factors we considered. It's been such a challenge worldwide, and that as individuals, as administrations, as institutions, as agents, we are required to review the relationships we have, and it requires the analysis of perspectives and definition of adaptable policies. And we need to consider which was the previous situation like, and by this I mean the way the crisis manifested. And the way the crisis manifests, depends on pretty much on the pre-COVID-19 crisis, where there was, the scope of existing public policies prior to the COVID-19 and the social economic fabric, and to devise the mechanisms needed to address the crisis and devise the necessary programs and tools. And let me emphasize this because the collaboration between public and private sector has been essential in our work to prepare these policies. So these are measures we've adopted not only to amend the situation, but also to transform the situation. And I believe that in this regard, state governments, due to the proximity we have with the citizenship and the cultural local fabric, we have the responsibility to act in a responsive manner and build our policies always on the basis of collaborative governance. This will enable us to reduce deep social inequalities. I'd like to highlight as well the vast government is fully competent in the discussion today, both in terms of education, social policies, health. We have important competences, important skills, and this gives us the conditions we need to design these policies and strategies. Something that the health and educational environments account for over 77% of our budget as a government. We also have experience in economic and social crises we had in the past. Even though today we have reached very low levels of public indebtedness and our institutional capability allows us in face of this crisis to define policies, I would like to discuss how we are exiting the situation. We have put together a program that is called rebirthing or being born again. This is the name of the program that addresses unemployment. This is from 2020 to 2024, 5-year program. And we're not talking about recovery, but transition. 3 transitions we need to address. Technological or digital transition, first of all. Secondly, energy and climatic transition. And thirdly, health and social transition. So then we're speaking about a green, inclusive, and digital vast country. To achieve this, we'll use our governmental capacity, autonomous governance, and will also rely on the public-private collaboration. We defined aids for companies, for businesses. This plan involves two main pillars: economic recovery and the creation of jobs. I also like to talk about what we're doing to define the funds of European next generation programs. We have considered 300 projects. We'll see the results very soon. This is based on decentralization so as to address a recovery or transition from the different aspects, emotional, social, and economic transition, and to adopt the necessary measures. Regional governments also play a key role. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Miriam. Now we'll hear from Armenio Fernandez. Can you hear us? Armenio, did you listen to the question? If not, I can repeat that question for you. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure for me to participate in this 5th World Forum on Local Economic Development. In the name of the National Association of Municipalities of Cape Verde, I'd like to thank everybody, those that have prepared, that have organized these forums. I'd like to thank the organizers, the participants, and the city of Córdoba. Ladies and gentlemen, the World Forum on Local Economic Development is part of a work process, open work process that favors dialogues, international dialogues, and exchanges, experiences in terms of local economic development. It also gives us a great opportunity to transform a world alliance, a very specific world partnership at local and national level. The potential is remarkable, really, and there are many regions that participate. There are many professionals, many national and local administrations that participate. We have the private sector, we have the academia, we have the civil society also involved here, and many other stakeholders that are a part of this 5th edition of the World Forum, which is it takes place in a very crucial moment of society in view of the COVID-19 pandemic, with devastating effects for people and for the economy, in view of the important challenges that push us to find innovative and adapted solutions especially to those smaller circular economies in areas such as tourism that represent the growth engine and the central axis of development. The 2030 Agenda offers a comprehensive outlook to transform everything, mostly people-based, and to allow sustainable development thanks to the practices of inclusive societies and cohesive societies that are pacific and resilient. It is in this context that a reflection comes to mind. We have to have a renewed engagement to favor that, and that will be defining to achieve the SDGs. Ladies and gentlemen, in the current pandemic context caused by COVID-19, we saw the inequality increased, and the weakness of development showed the problems, the internal and external problems. This crisis also showed how fragile the economic system is. It adopted development models and severe crisis for developing countries. There is a great increase of poverty worldwide, especially in developing countries and less advanced countries. The effects are really bad and take millions of people to extreme poverty. The pandemic crisis that we are undergoing proved that there is a need to create more efficient systems to guarantee people's protection as much as the need of the central, local governments to frame public policies to work on national inclusion, industrialization of the primary sector, formalization and diversification of economy. Nowadays, there is a clear trend about the increase of poverty. We must take urgent measures in order to recover the economy and in order to find the resilience that we need. We are facing a new world, and it is an opportunity to correct everything that did not work in the past and to finally embrace policies that are consensuated for the aspiration of citizens and from the strategic point of view, we need to improve competitiveness in each of the territories in order to have more economic opportunities and that way promote financial inclusion as much as the warranties and social inclusion in the cohesion, the territorial cohesion and development. Inequality proved that equal opportunities should be our #1 priority for all local governments. It is the only way to go back to the new normal with this context and trying to balance and sustain. I also want to point out the need for engagement, a strong engagement by the local governments towards the digital era to accelerate, to approach, to bring the city governments to the people. We have to make investments, to invest in industrialization and in local production as a means to guarantee more employment and more stable income for people in the different territories. This pandemic crisis increased inequality since the development models have excluded a great part of the population, leaving them without the correct income, the adequate income. And then there is the matter of the social protection of the human resources who actively work on the decision-making process of this urgent need for change, and it must happen since there is a very weak existence that showed structural issues in the construction of the sustainable development, the local economic development, and the means are the safest means to ensure different locations to enjoy their own potentials and to promote economic opportunities for all the social stakeholders. Reduction of inequality will only happen with an increase in production and with sustainable construction. I think that the exchange of ideas and experiences about the local economic development must speed up change and must anticipate the right responses in front of the crisis and its consequences. The Fifth World Forum on Local Economic Development should be a single opportunity to build development opportunities that allow us to correct everything that did not work in the past. And that way, we could potentiate its improvements to improve also the quality of life in different territories in these big uncertainty times. We must have we should be able to have a great opportunity for the digital transition, quality education for everybody, industrialization of the primary sector, the formality of economy, the promotion of decent labor in order to reduce inequality and to reinforce the territorial cohesion. It is imperative that we work on ecology, talents, and tolerance. Ladies and gentlemen, the strategy of making the territories, recognizing the territories, must be part of the transformation as a key element, as a key mechanism to adapt to the new development contexts and to find innovative solutions in the contribution of the government at local level. And let me end with this call for answers. I hope you have a great recovery from these new challenges and these new times. Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Sergio. Now let's welcome Claudio. Welcome, Claudio. I take this opportunity to thank the UNDP for this activity. I also like to thank the city of Cordoba. Go ahead, Claudio. We're listening to you. Thank you for giving me the floor. First of all, I'd like to thank all the co-organizers of this event and, of course, the friends from Cordoba that have made this possible in these pandemic times that are so complicated. And all of a sudden, I like to start with that. I like to start with COVID-19 because that's what we are all discussing, the social, economical, local levels, and how COVID has impacted here. It is clear. I'm going to bring the perspective of a local government, a national government, and international organizations, the UN program for the development, which has the characteristic of a couple of things. One, they are trying to integrate, it tries to integrate the different levels, governance levels, and public administration levels, and development patterns. So more than 150 countries where we work, we have quite a lot of experience in that complicated job, which is exactly that, right? I mean, to have a conversation, to have different city agendas, provinces and subnational agendas and the international agenda in that sense. And within COVID-19, we are now in the course of 2020 and 2021 to analyze more than 150 countries that we define the socio-economical impact of COVID, where we work with all the agencies and UN programs in order to measure at national level and to find solutions and opportunities after this impact of the pandemic. Based on this 150 analysis, the joint analysis that was done, we have certain aspects that are common. Others are different, but there are common aspects that has to make us reflect the levels of inequality that existed before this pandemic. That inequality, that gap increased in all cases. There is no country where COVID-19 has not produced a convergence or a reduction in the inequality. What does that mean? It means that the most unfortunate ones, the ones that were already vulnerable, are being even worse now. And that's some information that we have to reconsider at local level, national level, and the the 2030 agenda is based on leave no one behind, and it so happens that more people and more citizens are being left behind. So there is a second point in this analysis, in this impact analysis, that inequality overlaps, and there are some of the unevenness and inequality that are more dramatic. I want to talk about the gender gap, the gender inequality. In the analysis of gender the gender inequality have been stressed by the isolation, with more domestic violence that has increased quite a lot in many countries, up to the killing of women and discrimination against women. So this is one of the strong elements that I think we should consider. Then another type of inequality that perhaps for those who have read the development is not a surprise. We have been talking this before. The classic inequalities that were there before in several countries new inequalities were added, like climate change and inequalities related to technology. In both cases, COVID reinforces or increases the gap in that sense. A lot has been said about digitalization right now, but the focus that we've had is that this digitalization is and continues to be uneven, and there is a bigger gap in those places where the gap was being bridged. So we start having this inverted pyramid when you take a look at the internet coverage. In many cases, there is a very low or mid coverage, in some countries 95%, which is incredible, very positive change. But when you see the availability of cell phones with internet access, that has decreased by 85%. And then when you go to the presence in the homes of laptop computers to be able to work from home, for example, to telecommute, it's discriminatory in COVID-19. That percentage goes down in a vertical way. And then when we see the capacity to use that technology, that it decreases quite a lot. So those areas, and that's where I will see the territory, those areas, those neighborhoods in rural areas and the poorest areas of the country, we find that there is a disproportional um, solution. So, of course, the crisis in health, it's still here, the economic crisis is still here, and now it's a social crisis. It's a crisis that makes it evident I'm sorry, but he's cutting off. There is the issues of health in Latin America are really complicated. So that has been worked out at national level, but some measures that were more economic and environmental than health are being taken from the local level. But when we see these debates and we think ahead, we have to ask ourselves how sorry, but his connection is cutting off. What are the opportunities to create systems? What are the opportunities for public administrations and private sector and the universities get together at local level to draw local development agendas that respond to the duplicity of facing the crisis and decreasing the inequalities. And that's what we are fostering for the topic of innovation. This pandemic has to help us at another experimental level, to focus public policies, both national and local policies, around innovation. They have to push us to see that from a financial standpoint for the development, and not only in things that have to do with programs or projects for development, but as the private sector, it can transform their business models in order to introduce green recovery, an idea that is inclusive, an idea that creates jobs and that improves the qualities for both employees and communities where they operate. So the green recovery, the digital transformation that is inclusive, innovation, and financial of the SDGs are four of the very key topics for us in this interaction that we're having at national and subnational level. Of course, I would leave this at that in this first cooperation. The key point is, from where I started, and it continues to be from the governance point of view, how can we increase the energy without entropy? Because human beings, we always go locally in terms of service access, exercising our rights, and participation in public spaces. How do we coordinate this local agenda with the national agenda and the global agenda? How do we localize, in other words, the 2030 agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals? I leave you at that, and I'll be happy to continue later.
Thank you, Claudio, for your contributions, and to thank all of the panels. I will ask you to address question number 2 more briefly, because we took more time than what we were allowed. And the second question is, to face the complex challenges we are dealing with now, it is crucial to have transformative approaches that would allow for more fair transition to more fair societies, more sustainable societies. This requires a substantial reconfiguration of the production paradigm. Which is, in your opinion and experience, the role of territories, and how can their regenerative capacity be applied to promote economic development programs that combine efficiency, social innovation and technology, equity, and ecological or environmental balance? You have discussed this already, but I would like you to go deeper into it. Let's give the floor now to Christine. Okay. Thank you for this new question. I will answer it pretty much like I did for the first question. From the projects that are developed by territorial communities and associated with other communities, all of the decentralized cooperation projects are disruptive. And what we see is we have some results showing the willingness to seek for alternatives to the current model based on the levels of insatisfaction of the current model. Let me give you some examples. We have several cooperation projects that aim at developing local economies of farmers to the commercialization, the selling, the trade, and by developing traditional resources of the farmers, thereby encouraging the smaller circuit of consumption. The other thing is the emphasis placed on how to live better or improve living conditions in mid-sized cities. So we want the younger populations specifically, we want them to have prosperous living conditions, and other projects that emphasize what we call the link between rural areas and urban areas, the relationship between urban cities and more remote areas. So here we want to reinforce the role of the rural areas in terms of supply. We want to also respect the rural areas and respect their production models and their ways of living that people living in these rural areas have. And of course, we see projects on circular economy. It is clear that decentralized cooperation arises from the work of territorial communities. It could be also, the other way around, because in decentralized cooperation, the principle is everybody has something to learn, everybody has to make progress through the project. However, considering the link between association with foreign countries, we can multiply these alternative models. I would not like to go any further because we are running out of time. We are delayed, but I'd like to show you the example of the city of Grenoble in France that worked with many companies and educational centers, schools with young people to address challenges such as pollution, the use of water, and also working with other cities from the world and create a network, which is the network of cities in transition that takes place every 2 years. It's been organized since 2008 with the purpose to also follow the SDGs and working on the European green capitals. Finally, some contributions from the UNDP resulting from the initiative that is articulated with the territories. Together, we work on the localization of SDGs through the cooperation. And thanks to this partnership, we can promote the necessary tools that would enable to allow them to integrate SDGs in cooperations. Thank you again for the invitation for inviting me to participate in this panel. Please be brief. Fernando, the floor is yours. Thank you, Jose Luis. As I said before, the SDGs territories is closely linked with local governments. And here, I'd like to say a few words about local governments. And in Argentina, this level of government has become very important in the last few decades. On the one hand, because since the 90s, some of the actions were transferred from the provincial government were transferred to the local government. And also the increase of or the emergence of new demands that were addressed by local governments. Economic and human resources needed to address these demands and the growing social challenges made the organization of plans difficult, but gradually resources were incorporated, and it was understood that the cooperation with provincial governments was becoming increasingly important, and the national government understood they could not make resources available from a centralized approach. These inefficiencies or weaknesses, we understand, were created as a result of cooperation with the subnational levels of government and with societies. And this centralized format tended to reinforce large urban cities, leaving secondary cities, disadvantaged in terms of equitable growth. The undersecretary that I preside is working to have local governments and provinces have a better role, and so that their human resources can improve their capabilities. This is the result of everyday meetings and everyday work we began doing last year. And so our aim is to actually enhance local governments. We are at the disposal of local governments with tools that facilitate their management. And together with CEPAL, we have organized a workshop that is oriented to local authorities so that they can improve their production and export ecosystems. Likewise, we have come closer so that they know exactly where they can resort to face, among others, climate change challenges, trade challenge, international cooperation, gender gap, and the like. Bottom line, national and local synergy or cooperation helps us work against federalism, and the local governments that had very little resources had fewer capabilities to export their resources, and then through investments we promote the businesses and the capitals of the provinces. As a result of all of this, the growth of secondary cities and their SMEs are now relevant issues for the area that I preside. So we have to devise public policies that lead us to sustainable economic development with social inclusion and generating more added value, productive added value that has positive impacts in the community level and that would allow us to have a more effective federalism and a more fair society. The reduction of asymmetries is one of the key issues of our work, and it is basically social inclusion, and we are responsible to make our contributions in this regard. This objective was challenged by the divergency that was characterized by extreme poverty that is the result of COVID-19 crisis. However, through this situation, we can prioritize the production paradigms and the education systems. Finally, to monitor what I just mentioned is key in this complex process. We'll need to have policies, firm policies, and work with the local governments together with the national governments and the civil society and the private sectors, because we understood that no one saves it by themselves. I mean, we need to work together, and that in terms of scarcity, we can find a way to overcome this crisis that affects us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fernando. Now we'll give the floor to Edgardo. Edgardo, the floor is yours. Thank you, Jose Luis. I'd like to take this opportunity to debate with my colleagues in the panel, because I think that's the most interesting part that we can offer to the people that are listening to us. I want to use this way to debate with what I mentioned. In Peru, we have so far 11 regional development agencies that are settled, and they will try to work on strengthening the territorial development by the design and implementation of different strategies, regional strategies that are specific to each region. And we agree that the process to face this pandemic must be done from the territories. Each one of the territories, up to the agreement processes, identifying those characteristics, the specific characteristics that will allow us to face the problems that the pandemic brought about, but also to face the challenges ahead in the new realities that we'll have to live in and face the crisis that we are luckily already overcoming. I like to take Miriam's proposal. Miriam says, okay, let's put a plan together. The vast country with all its features and its autonomy has built three aspects that are inside the forum characteristics, and they have been part of the discussion. The technology on the one hand, this pandemic, as Claudio said, has made evident the inequality that we had before the pandemic. And those differences and inequalities have been very serious for the territories with less relative development. However, there are a number of structural differences in Peru, and in several countries we've had serious differences. We have a generation that will have several months, maybe years, in the case of Peru, maybe a year and a half, with children that did not go to school, that couldn't go to school. And that specific feature is more severe for other areas like faraway places with less connectivity. And that is the main challenge. Technology, the democratization processes with technology are basic in order to think about a society and try to get sustainable development tools. And I think, Claudio, that will be something that we have to discuss with the UN and with the UNDP. We have to work with them on that, and we have already been working, but I think it's cross-sectional. The second one is the sustainability issue. We've also had very interesting experiences for recovering our rivers, our natural places with this crisis. And that's something that we have to preserve. We have to make sure that, especially in those countries, those emerging countries, we have to work, as Armenio said, more specifically in the relationship with circular economy, innovation of international markets, with nature, trying to coexist, and the way we coexist with disruptive economy processes in rural places, faraway places, revenues, and the territorial sustainable programs for the territorial good, and the diversity. The strategy to develop regional innovation is a space where the territorial actor, the regional actor with its academia and the private sector all agree, and they set up a work agenda. And the second element that perhaps is the most complex one, a word that for me in pandemics has been key, is articulation and cooperation. This is not possible only from the government instances. I don't think this is possible only at private instances. I don't think this is possible only from the academia. This is not only with the local governments. We need to articulate among all of these components, different levels of government, for a common goal, which I think the SDGs set the trend and the path for the third element that Miriam also said, which is very important: having an inclusive focus in the way we react to public policies. I agree with what Claudio said, and I think it's that the structural changes that this pandemic have brought about are there. Things that have been put in evidence after this in the macroeconomic conditions, but we have a microeconomics and social inequalities that are very deep. That is the priority. We need to focus on that. And I think that this space allows us to debate about that. Those public policies that we are implementing in France, as Christine explained, in Cape Verde, or in Argentina, in the Basque Country, in Spain, they need to have a territorial focus. They need to recover that foundation, solid foundation, based on the territory, the territorial development with more equality, and facing the challenges that this pandemic brought about. Thank you, Edgardo, for your kind words. We'll give the floor now to Miriam. Miriam, the floor is yours. Thank you, Jose Luis. I'd start by saying that in this great uncertainty times, when pandemic due to COVID has made evident the fragility of humankind and the current social model, it is also a time that gives us the opportunity to reflect on the changes that we want to make in order to achieve a fairer and comprehensive society, and to put in the center the human dimension. For us, it's the right time to rethink that social model, taking into account that we live in a global ecosystem that is completely interconnected. In view of this radical transformation, we need to have multilateral consensus that encompasses citizens, national authorities, regional and local authorities, civil society, and the economic stakeholders, the companies, and cooperating with the subnational organizations. That's the focus that we have been giving to the work we're doing. And they have to work on common grounds, knowing that we live in this world that is more interconnected, more and more. And in the Basque Country, we have decided that our model is the 2030 agenda and the SDGs by the UN. They include all the things that are in this question: technology, innovation, ecologic balance, and integrating them in the government plan at multi-levels. When I talk about multi-levels, I talk about the development of the Basque Country, but also of the 3 territories that we have inside the Basque Autonomous City: the cities, the entities, and even companies. And that's one of the goals that we are already deploying with the 2030 agenda. Basque Country, that's what we call it, 2030 agenda Basque Country. It is part of the core of our agenda, and it's articulated in 4 main axes: prosperity, people, planet, and government. I'm not going to go deeper. I'm going to try to talk about this in short. In the Basque Country, we had experience in understanding among all of us. We've had to do it and cooperate for the greater good. We have a word in our language that expresses this philosophy. It's called auzo larga. It's about working together and we try to apply this in the definition and the deployment of our policies, and more particularly in the public-private cooperation. In the Basque Country, we have many different industrial clusters, and with them, we define policies. That is, in the industrial consensus side, it is of great help that we concentrate with them, to be closer to them, to listen to the decisions, and to be close to them. At least it helps us adjust and accept, or trying to accept, those policies. COVID-19 put in evidence the world we're living in, and it encompasses everyone in the world. And it's a challenge, and the training that will bring about, it will foster collaborative development. We work to project overseas the reality we live in, and therefore we are committed, and we will continue committed to the international agenda. In the exercise of this idea, Orufogar allows us to reflect, listen, and learn, share, and collaborate with other territories at international level. And without further ado, thank you so much for your attention and interest.
Gracias a ti, Miriam, por tu aporte.
Thank you for your contributions. We are going to hear from Armenio now. Thank you. The floor is yours. Good morning again. Thank you. Economic recovery and social recovery has taught us that crisis will pass. These too shall pass. And the local government and the private sector, local private sector, will take a key role in all of that. Without the participation of local governments for the recovery, betting on the digital era is key. Thank you.
Gracias. Gracias a ti.
Thank you. And now we'll ask Claudio to leave us with the last message. Thank you very much for the question. The answer is not easy to this question. Let me focus on a couple of ideas, key ideas. One, the local solutions. I believe, and discussing this on the basis of COVID, what this pandemic has shown us with its disruptive point in the supply chain and how it's pushed us to reach a different sensitivity level, environmental level, it favors somehow the agenda around one of the, and I think one of the panelists before mentioned this, the agenda around the circular economy, and the circular economy and the attention to the territory. That is exactly what we are discussing in every sense, in the economic fabric and environmental fabric. I think one of the things that this pandemic will really teach us is a closer focus, a deeper focus on what we have in our territory and how we can put this in value and circulate it at national and international level, how we can live out of the value chains that connect to the global aspect. And I think these two main aspects, main points that the previous ambassador mentioned, attracting investors, submitted in asymmetry. I think this takes me to the next concept. Number one, it's a firm conviction for more and more people, for the agenda, economic agenda. They can't be divorced. They can't work in isolation, working in parallel roads, because the biggest challenge, we will work on that, having more profitable and more and better for the sustainability. And the second point is the private sector. The private sector that could make us rethink the business in the private sector, where you will see, we will be forced through incentives to find solutions, friendly solutions with the environment and sustainability friendly, because that's exactly what's going to allow them to attract investors, investments, and I think we will be much more than the philanthropy and the social entrepreneurial responsibility. That's what I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Claudio. We are on time, so I'd just like to thank everyone for the contribution. If we had more time, we could summarize everything we have learned, the experiences that each one of you had, but it's a reflection. I think it's clear that this pandemic has hit us all, and no one is out of it. Second, I think it's clear that that hit increased the gap in terms of inequalities. It has increased poverty, and without a doubt, we have to find different action methods to the traditional ones. I have something that Christine mentioned, that we have to understand one another among our differences. That's the big thing that we need to find today. And we try to find the things that linked us, that join us, and not the ones that divide us. The things that bring us together. When we talk about the local government importance, neither one nor the others individually will overcome this opportunity that we're living in. But I think that all the political stakeholders, we need to understand that we're in different times and that we need, without a doubt, to look at things differently, not in a traditional way. And in that sense, there are so many options, many interesting options. Of course, the strengthening of the digital transformation, the healthcare assistance to the most vulnerable ones. But I want to leave you with a contribution that we have done in this country that we thought it was impossible. We approved in the national parliament an labor opportunities project, unanimously approved, and all the parliamentary members approved of it. And the national government puts the funding, local governments execute or implement that in the territory, and they create jobs all around the country with clear poverty indexes and rates. And that's the distribution. 15,000 jobs, that for our country, that's very important. That was an idea that came up and we put it in practice. The greatest money comes from the national administration, but the implementation in the local governments do it with the three political parties in each one of the locations in Uruguay. It is possible to agree. It is possible. It's essential to agree on these things. This pandemic has to leave us some wisdom, and we have to reflect, and we have to stop looking at each other over the shoulder. I think it's an opportunity. I'd like to thank everybody, and it was a wonderful experience to have shared with you, and I hope we find each other in future opportunities to continue discussing these topics. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all of the panel participants, panel members. We now begin with a roundtable, social economies in public policies for inclusive recovery processes, sustainable recovery process, and the intervention of local governments. This is organized, among others, by UNPD and now we're going to look at the trivia and the social media survey that we launched this morning. So the first question, let's have a look at the results. Where would you spend an afternoon during fall? And then options were the Botanical Garden and Sarmiento Park. And so 58% the Botanical Garden. Next question, which church do you like best, the Capuchin's Church or the Cathedral Church? And 100% the Capuchin's Church. Beautiful place. And now it was an airplane flight, an adventure flight, or the rally. And it was, so the airplane flight, 67%, 33% the rally. The rally is really quite a thing. It's also a cultural event. Next question. Time to dine out, choripan or lomito. And choripan, typical food in Argentina. For those of you who don't know what choripan is, it's a sandwich with a sausage, a sort of sausage, and then you put some lettuce and a tomato, other vegetables, and then, you know, a special typical sauce we use as a dressing. Now the trivia, the hop on. So just for you to get to know our city a little better, and the question is the length. How long is the Cañada, which is the river that passes through the city? And 30% got it right, about 3 kilometers, and 60% didn't get it right. So I think they were not right. They were not paying attention. What about the next one, the inauguration of the arch? 60% got it wrong. It was inaugurated in 1943, July 6. This is the date of the foundation of Cordoba. And the next question, when was this church opened, the cathedral city? And it was in 1578. 30% got it right. In Sarmiento's Park, the question was, is it the biggest park in the city? 60% got it right. This was kind of easy. That's why everybody got it right. Yes, it's about the Good Shepherd, and I said it was a jail. Yes, so I revealed the answer, so everybody got right. The host said it was a jail. Of course, it was a jail, so everybody got it right. The Capuchin's Church. The question was the style, about the style. And it's a Gothic and Romantic style. 70% got it right, and 30% got it wrong. And how many hectares does what we call the Chateau's Park has? 14 hectares of native forest, 50 and 50. Well, these are some of the answers that we got from the social media, so you know more about our city. We'll have a short break, and we'll have a special presentation with the music is a typical music called cuarteto in Cordoba City. It's kind of a distinctive feature from Cordoba. And Ulises Bueno is the performer.
Somos el corazón de la Argentina. Esa mezcla de pueblos originarios y años de conquista, credos espirituales y religiosos, inmigrantes trabajadores y estudiantes de todo el país. Para nosotros, hablar de inclusión es hablar de nuestra identidad. Sabemos que la principal fuente de independencia económica e igualdad es el trabajo. Por eso creamos el primer centro verde de reciclaje operado por mujeres. Rompimos el techo de cristal que impedía el ascenso laboral femenino dentro del sistema de limpieza de la ciudad, logrando que las trabajadoras puedan acceder a más y mejores cargos. Nos comprometemos a garantizar el pleno ejercicio y goce de los derechos de los niños. Y garantizamos el acceso a la salud, trabajando en conjunto con organizaciones del tercer sector. Acompañamos e informamos a las personas trans en trámites de identidad e impulsamos un espacio público de debate para las políticas relacionadas a la diversidad. Brindamos capacitación permanente, generando conciencia sobre estereotipos, discriminación y violencia de género. Queremos una sociedad más igualitaria, equitativa y solidaria. Somos ciudadanos del mundo y llevamos en la sangre esa elección ancestral de hacer de Córdoba nuestro hogar. Hoy, más que nunca, sabemos quiénes somos y hacia dónde vamos. Juntos salimos adelante. Córdoba Capital. Todas las oportunidades. Un solo destino.
Diversidad de géneros musicales, diversidad de lugares, que además de estar buenísimos, son tuyos. ¿Viste? Córdoba lo tiene todo.
Buenas noches Córdoba, buenas noches país. Estamos por el streaming de Docta Sound y la verdad que para mí es un orgullo, es una alegría enorme compartir junto a todos ustedes, despidiendo el año como corresponde. Este año 2021 se viene con todo. Agustín, cuando quiera, maestro. Para toda la familia que está en casa, para todo el mundo que está compartiendo esta noche de 26 de diciembre. Yo no me atrevo a recordar, no me atrevo a sonreír, no me atrevo a ser feliz. ¡Arriba! Sí, tengo miedo de perder la cabeza otra vez, si por ti ya la perdí. Tú que me haces esconder mis cariños bajo piel, no te quiero molestar, pero no me he llegado a encabronar, siento que no tengo nada y reviento porque sé, como dice, que te quiero a pesar, que tú si puedas estar sin mí, que mentirías si digo que en todo el día no pienso en ti, porque muero al pensar que has escondido tu corazón. Vuelvo a mentirte diciendo que nunca sería tu soñador, porque muero al pensar. Bailando cuarteto toda la vida. Yo cuando duermo sueño que la luna alumbra tu piel abrazada junto a mí, pero yo me despierto y tú no estás y a mí me come el colchón y ya vuelvo, lo cantamos todos y dice que te quiero a pesar, que tú si fueras estar sin mí, te mentirías si digo que en todo el día no pienso en ti, porque muero al pensar que has escondido tu corazón. Vuelvo a mentirte diciendo que nunca sería tu soñador. Yo me consumo en la realidad, yo olvidarte, no olvidaré, quise intentarlo, pero fallé. Bueno, gracias a todos los que están del otro lado, estoy feliz de estar aquí junto a todos ustedes. Siento que te me vas, a cada paso que doy sin ti, algo desnudo en la soledad. Cuando te llamo y no estás aquí, déjame reventar el horizonte de porvenir, dándole al sueño una realidad. Con las caricias hice por ti, porque muero al pensar. Escucha, lo pueden encontrar en YouTube, en todas las plataformas digitales. Esto es lo nuevo y se titula Escondido. Lo nuevo del guacho. Bailando todo el mundo y dice: lejos en algún lugar, escondidos de la gran ciudad, inventando cualquier tontería para vernos solo una vez más. Odio continuar así, sin poder gritarle a todo el mundo este amor que existe entre tú y yo, pero es la única forma de que estemos juntos. Esto va contra mi voluntad, quererte amar sin libertad, Me imagino que estamos frente a frente y cantamos juntos. Escondidos, sin usar la gana de besarnos, sin rendirle cuenta a lo prohibido. Que mi boca haga lo necesario y luego que mis manos quiten tu vestido. Encender el brillo de tus ojos con el sendero vencedos. Si la vida es solamente una, ¿para qué esperar? Si solo a ti te quiero, si solo a ti te quiero. Y si lo sabe Dios, que lo sepa el mundo entero. Arriba, todo el mundo en casa bailando, despidiendo el año con toda la energía y toda las mejores vibras. Allá, dice. Odio continuar así, sin poder gritarle a todo el mundo este amor que existe entre los dos. Pero es la única forma de que estemos juntos. Esto va contra mi voluntad, quererte amar sin libertad. Pero te vuelvo a lo canta todo el país. Escondidos, sin usar la gana de besarnos, sin rendirle cuenta a lo prohibido. Que mi boca haga lo necesario y luego que mis manos quiten tu vestido. Encender el brillo de tus ojos con el sendero de mis dedos. Si la vida es solamente una, ¿para qué esperar? Si solo a ti te quiero, si solo a ti te quiero. Y si lo sabe Dios, que lo sepa. ¡Vamos la banda! ¡Hey! ¡Bobby Band! Encender el brillo de tus ojos con el sendero de mis dedos. Si la vida es solamente una, ¿para qué esperar? Si solo a ti te quiero, si solo a ti te quiero. Y si lo sabe Dios, que lo sepa el mundo entero. Quiero ver las palmas arriba, quiero ver las palmas arriba, quiero ver las palmas arriba. Para todos los enamorados esta noche. ¡Dale! Te lo dice el guacho, te lo dice el guacho. La 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 la. Dice. Y yo que siempre defendí que era una tontería. Y yo que tan decepcionado estaba del amor. Y tú llegaste a hacerme ver lo que yo no creía. Hoy mi pasado es solamente una buena lección. No sé si sepas bien lo que es andar por las estrellas. Si no tienes la
Y ahí lo escuchábamos, era Damián.
So with us, Damián Córdoba. Ulises is another performer, will be next week with typical music from Córdoba, cuarteto. So back to our studio at 1:45, the workshop on private-public partnerships and investment in businesses, women's businesses. This is organized by the UNDP and the Latin American Center for Rural Development. This will start at 1:45 p.m. These are the simultaneous activities. The next panel is organized by ILO and ADEC. Let's have a look at the presentation. Transition to formal economy and the promotion of collective representation, a path towards decent work, the role of social economies in urban and rural areas, perspectives from the Global South. This panel is follows thematic line number 3, the future of work and the work of the future from a territorial perspective in the context of crisis created by COVID-19. We'll introduce Minister Eduardo Castelo, who's the Minister of Industry, Trade and Mining of the provinces of Córdoba. Thank you for the invitation. This panel is moderated by Efraín Quecaña from Peru. Efraín is a regional expert on economy, rural economy, from ILO for Latin America and the Caribbean. And from 2011 to 2017, he worked in a specific office for the United Nations. And before joining the UN in 1998 and 2010, he held different positions in different international cooperation agencies, Peruvian offices in welcome, Efraín. Thank you for the introduction. I really had a chance to enjoy your culture through the video that you showed before. Good morning and welcome to this panel. As it was mentioned before, it is called Transitioning to Formal Economy and the Promotion of Collective Representation. And as it was mentioned, this panel follows thematic line 3, the future of work and the work of the future from a territorial perspective. As a result of the severe current crisis, one of the most complex crises, workers are highly effective. For this reason, this panel is intended to share experiences to provide responses for a territorial, for the territories. And before going into the issues, some basic, we'll have some basic instructions. We'll have 5 panel members. I will be moderating and also presenting to the other panel members. You will be given the floor, and we'll have a first round. We'll have 10 minutes for you to present the topic that you have prepared. And after the first round, we'll have 30 minutes in all for a second round to also answer the questions from the audience. Without further ado, let me share some considerations on the promotion of production ecosystems and decent work, and some ideas of public policies to promote formal work, formal employment. Informal economy has an impact on the economies in the region. Before the crisis, the COVID-19 crisis, in 2019, 76% of rural workers, 45% of the urban workers had informal jobs, that is, without rights. On the other hand, smaller companies in the regions accounted for the larger part of the production fabric, and they create most of the jobs, have severe production problems. Therefore, an outstanding feature of most of the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean in the last few decades is the technological production duality. This is, there's a small number of high production productivity companies that are integrated to knowledge and technology, with micro and smaller companies that are in the informal economy that use or follow use obsolete machinery, and they create poor jobs with poor conditions. The crisis that resulted from the pandemics has impacted on the lives of the people and unemployment of the economic units, particularly in the informal economy. So this scenario forces the acceleration of public policies for an economic recovery within a production transformation process, and by adopting a comprehensive approach that would later impact in the formalization process. That is, we have to consider productivity, of a tax system and incentives. But this scenario at the same time poses another challenge. And to do things differently, we need what things can we do differently in order to obtain a very important transformation? What kind of public policies are needed to promote transition to formal economy, and how can these policies be implemented? As I mentioned before, a complete transformation policy is needed, and mainly these policies are vital to help the emergence of all of the sectors that are present in the territories that have the power the potential to overcome the barrier of quality. What is the barrier of quality? A set of quality, working conditions, ethical, environmental standards, reliability standards that would allow SMEs to become part of the system naturally. Not all SMEs or business units will be able to formalize. The hypothesis of the quality barrier implies that there's going to be a transitional sector, that is, a sector that would be comprised by units that are not completely traditional nor modern, that will have certain capabilities to actually become formal or transition to formality. And these SMEs cannot transition by themselves. That's why we need public policy, the joint effort of in the bigger companies, larger companies, and other institutions to aid in the transition process, thereby the supply of devices and mechanisms so that for SMEs that have the potential for that leap are absolutely necessary for them to transition to formal economy. This will not be accomplished only by eliminating or improving, bureaucratic activities, but a systemic approach is needed, and we need to address private-public failures at a national and subnational level. And why a systemic approach in terms of the value change? Because the change where all of the stakeholders take place, and even consumers, does not really provide all of the information. So we need to understand how the market system works. We need to understand and analyze the functions, the supporting functions, the regulations that are provided by institutions in order to promote these chains. And in this process, we need to identify the problems that are found across the system, and not only in the chain, particularly focusing on identifying the root causes that are impacting the productivity and decent work. The adoption of a systemic approach is important, and also the implementation of innovative mechanisms that would address these private-public failures in the territories and at a national level. So the social economic development problems have to do with coordination uses. We're not managing territories properly. So we need the intervention of all of the stakeholders but oftentimes stakeholders work on a separately. So we need different tools and instruments from the Ministry of Work, Agriculture, and so on, Public Works. We need tools to be implemented in an articulate manner. This is something we have to do in our region. So to move forward and reinforce the articulation of public policies, including the coordination between national policies and territorial policies, we are promoting the implementation of sectorial tables and territorial tables that are mainly management tools that are oriented to action and execution. These tables, these groups, is basically a methodology that attacks the failures of all of the stakeholders. Specifically, these groups identify and eliminate bottlenecks that are affecting productivity and the capacity to create decent work in a particular sector or value chain. And so we have in context, we have, in summary, we have a specific ecosystem that is built. And through the ecosystem, we are implementing 3 levels of intervention to develop chains, different value chains between large companies and SMEs. And these interventions, these 3-level interventions, for example, the first level would be responsible, the stakeholders of the subnational level is responsible. The second level, the execution by public stakeholders that require the intervention of a national institution or agency for the execution. And finally, the third level interventions that have to be executed by national levels. This model, we believe, is helping business units in general overcome the quality barrier to be included in the, and then transition to formal economy. And this is my role as a moderator, and now we'll introduce, we have 5 panelists, and I'd like to give the floor to Noelia Richard, who is the global coordinator of the United Nations Program for Development. Noelia, you have 10 minutes. The floor is yours. Global leader of the Empowerment Program.
Thank you, Efrain.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Noelia Richard. As Efrain said, I'm leading the Global Youth Team at the United Nations Development Program, joining you from New York. A pleasure being connected with Argentina. I've been asked to share some perspectives on youth engagement and youth empowerment in relation with decent jobs. And I'll therefore organize my presentation in 3 parts. I'll first focus on why investing in youth matters. Then I will highlight how we support youth economic empowerment and engagement and how that actually connects with the issue of formalization. What is UNDP's approach and some examples of our work in this area. And lastly, I will share some key lessons and recommendations. So first of all, why does investing in youth matters? Investing in youth matters for UNDP. It matters for a triple reason. We like talking about a triple rationale for that. First of all, there is a demographic dividend, which is quite obvious to everyone. I think at that stage, we have the largest youth generation ever, 1.8 billion people, and the population below 30 years old represents the majority of the population generally in the South. It is also an issue of human rights and of rights. I mean, Efrain already touched on the issue of rights in connection with informality. Engaging with youth meaningfully is a democratic imperative as well. It has to do with participation and with the right to participation. And it is also a question of smart development. We know that young people also come up with fresh ideas, have a lot to contribute to innovation and to transformation of economies and societies. So specifically from the youth economic empowerment perspective, it's really urgent to act. Of course, we know already that we had a number of challenges before the pandemic started, but now, of course, these challenges have been further compounded. And before the COVID, we already had around 1 in 5 of the world's youth that were not in employment or in education or in training. And we know that youth unemployment rates across the board are generally about 3 times as high as those of adults. So it's just really important to bear that in mind, and also remember that within the youth population, which is not homogeneous, you also have to look specifically at the most vulnerable, at young women, really looking at those that are indeed the most likely to be low paid, less secure, and less protected. So advocating really and supporting youth economic empowerment and the transition to formality for and with young people in particular is really important. It is important because the informal economy is a significant component of labor markets in many countries. Young women and men seeking an income are often pushed into informal jobs as a last resort. We have fragmented labor markets, very few social safety nets, low wages in the formal economy in many contexts. So all these factors, among other factors, are encouraging the growth of informal employment amongst young people. It is also important because informality has a specific impact as well on vulnerable groups and on, for instance, young migrants, and that can cause significant negative spillover effects on with households for generations beyond. And because statistics, as I said, said that young people are more likely to be in informal employment, as compared to working adults in other age groups. So what is interesting as well is that when we of course consult with young people and have exchanges about their perceptions, we see that despite the high level of informality, young people are still dreaming of a secure and stable job. They do see quality jobs as the cornerstone of their project, of their life project, and of the pathways, and as part of the pathways to meaningful participation in the broader society and in a broader community. So the international community, I would say, has identified that as a priority and really is taking on board this urgent need to tackle this problem. And decent work is a priority in the 2030 agenda. It's also a key priority of the UN Youth Strategy, which UNDP contributed to and is also fully aligned with, together with ILO and other key actors in this space. So UNDP's approach to youth empowerment and youth engagement is very comprehensive. We look at youth civic engagement and youth political participation in conjunction with youth economic empowerment, looking at both the supply and the demand for jobs, but also what enabling environment for young people might be. We also look specifically at youth as resilient builders, as positive agents of change across the board as peace builders, for instance, etc. So the intention of the engagement with young people is really, in particular at the local level, is really to recognize that young people are the social fabric of these communities and have access to networks and have specific needs, but also great ideas that should be supported better, and an agency and the leadership that should be encouraged. Specifically on the issue of the support to youth in the informal sector and the process of formalization, UNDP has been very active in that space, and I'll give you three examples. For instance, I mean, first in Ecuador, there is an interagency project between ILO, UNDP, and UN Women, which is seeking to expand social protection for young people between 18 and 29 years old, which aims at supporting these youth that are in the informal economy in 4 cities of the country, Quito, Guayaquil, Loja, and Machala. And the project has acquired, I would say, even more relevance in the current context due to the loss of job stability, due to the limited access to social security by this group, which all make it even more vulnerable and therefore of really priority attention. And the project is generating new affiliation mechanisms for young people. It's promoting the transition from informality to formality through trainings and other mechanisms, and has a special emphasis on young women. Second example, Morocco, across its portfolios and its programs, ranging from youth leadership programs to social innovation fora to a program called Oasis Sud. UNDP Morocco provides support to local entrepreneurs, including indirectly to those in the informal sector through initiatives aimed at promoting social entrepreneurship, for instance, in particular youth social entrepreneurship. And these initiatives contribute to supporting the establishment, for instance, of cooperatives, of startups, to contribute really to this formalization of the informal sector. And there is at the moment a national study with different provinces, etc., being prepared on this very issue of informality. And I'll end with the third example, which is from Montenegro, following the design of youth territorial employment partnerships in 3 pilot municipalities. UNDP in Montenegro has established strategic partnership with the National Employment Agency to support young people that are starting their business ventures. And there, the target group really includes young unemployed people up to 35 years old, with a particular focus on women and long-term unemployed. The mentoring program has already supported 150 new small businesses, from in issues related to legal affairs or related to finance or related to digital marketing, which is also, of course, a trendy topic at the moment, but also in areas related to business model development, to strategic planning, etc. And I think I just want to also highlight that UNDP is also active at the interagency level, and I want to flag in particular that we have a joint framework of action that prioritizes decent jobs for youth between UNDP and ILO. And there is a global initiative which you should all look at, which is led by ILO and which we're a part of as well, which is called Decent Jobs for Youth. Really encouraging you to have a look at this initiative, because it's meant to scale up action and impact on youth employment in the context of the 2030 agenda. It really seeks to address fragmentation, which is a real issue also in that space. And getting to the last part of my presentation, I just want to share I just want to share in 2 minutes a few recommendations. First of all, or lessons learned. I would say that first of all, we don't always know the reasons that are surrounding the informal sector, or why young people in particular are in the informal sector. There are many reasons why this might happen. So there isn't really a silver bullet for facilitating transition to formality. I think it's important that we be humble sometimes in how we address that. Another point is that integration is really key. Having an integrated approach to policy development, really addressing the systemic issues that Efrain was talking about, is fundamental, and it should involve coordination indeed, policy development and interventions, and an assessment of needs. And when we talk about young people, to lead me to this important point, we sometimes assume that we know what young people want, or that we know what sectors they want to be active in. And I think we just need across the board to be doing a better job at listening to young people, at having them at the very core of the projects and the programs. And I will end with also a point related to, so in conjunction with this, the need for an integrated approach, I think we should never underestimate the importance of having an open, participative policy making as well, so that we rebuild trust in some cases, in particular with young people, for development to really happen and for development to be sustainable. So that means having proper consultation mechanisms, having accountability mechanisms that also include young people, and a real genuine dialogue. So thank you very much. I will post a number of links in the chat so that you can also refer to that, and I'm happy to answer any question in the second part. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Noelia, very much for your wonderful contributions. You put forward the arguments to empower youth. I think that having the right tools that would allow us to include and hear the perspectives of the younger generations is absolutely crucial. How to build initiatives from bottom up, and not necessarily or always up bottom. Now I'd like to give the floor to Eduardo Castello, who's the Minister of Industry, Trade and Mining of the province of Córdoba. Mr. Castello, the floor is yours. Thank you, Efrain, and thank you for the introduction. I'd like to greet all of the panel members. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers of this fifth forum, the international institutions such as ADEC, the Municipality of Córdoba, and the whole local team. I'd like to thank my prestigious panel members, fellow members. When I was asked to be part of this member, the main issue was to be transitioning to formal economy and the promotion of collective representation, a pathway towards decent work. And as a president of the Federal Association of Municipalities, without a doubt, leaders play a key role in this sense. And I had sort of two questions. For example, which is formal economy today? What do we understand as formal economy during pandemics? Is there any transition to formal economy as a result of the disruption caused by pandemics? Or there's a society that tripled access to information at this time. Will this demand for more protagonism in a world in pandemics that does not have a world leadership, and with the leadership of the market, the representation of the collective? Is this going to be possible? I believe that we need to make our contributions, to make suggestions in these times where it's difficult to understand the world, and when paradigms known paradigms are not enough to really decipher the future. Doubts and contradictions of the market to address societal problems made the state or presented or posed many challenges for the state, and to manage all of the different problems caused by informality, financial crisis, environmental unsustainability, led human beings to really tense moments to promote collective representation. First of all, I suggest a concept that we have tested, we have tried in the municipal level and in Cordoba from the production department, more leading democracy. I believe that this is the challenge for leaders today. The only way out is to manage transformation, as Efrain just said. And as any transformation, to be effective, we need to make comprehensive modifications, deep transformations that had to be carried out on solid grounds. And this solidity is called leading democracy. Leading democracy, it is democracy where citizens decide, but the leaders articulate those decisions. So citizens make decisions, but leaders articulate the decisions in a comprehensive, progressive manner with actions that involved a shared vision. And so we built a reality that everybody has what is needed and what everybody actually aspires for better conditions. This requires active listening, as Noelia just said, in terms of the younger generations. So we need institutions that bring citizens into action. The citizenship or constituents should not just play a role every 4 years. They need to take an active role every day. Only transformation from a management that changes methodologies and forms is the solution to our problem. This transformation should do away with politics that did not really help up to now. So this is the result of governments that change so that nothing changes, and so that everything is improved. Transformation is correcting inequality in economic, cultural, territorial inequalities. Transformation is addressing all of the main issues. We have to go from human development to production development. We need to increase incentives to work. We're doing this in Cordoba. We're increasing welfare for everybody. We're establishing strong incentives. We need active subjects. We need to ensure equality of capability in terms of education, the right access to health, and then healthy food. Social investment that is being done today across Latin America must reconvert into true educational training programs, health programs, for the young generations, and since they were babies until they're 12 years old. This is essential for me, and here the state cannot be absent. Equality of capabilities will become social justice for a new generation of children that today sees that their parents cannot meet their basic needs in the modern world. So that's why we are immersed in a structural poverty, and the state plays a key role in this sense, which is to promote equality of capabilities to be able to reduce social gaps, digital gaps, gender gaps, and cultural gaps that we have seen got worse during pandemics. To commit to a revolutionary reform is to reinterpret ideologies and economic theories that were paralyzed as a result of pandemics, that did not react to the world crisis and that lost more authority before humanitarian crisis. It is not time for consensus. That's why this may be controversial. It is time to achieve actions that are directed to saving human beings and the planet Earth. The consensuses that failed before poverty and inequality will project more failure. We need a leading democracy, as Noelia said before, as Efrain pointed out, seeking for further participation of social actors and the younger generations that provide responses to society that now is not able to respond. Then human development must be comprehensive. It must have an internal cohesion and respect all of the regional peculiarities, all of the cultural and technical capacities. Transforming a formal economy in a digital 4.0 digital revolution and during pandemics requires the states, both municipal, state, and provincial, the same speed that businesses have to adapt and be competitive during pandemics. If the state is not quick enough and competitive enough, we're not at the same place or same height to really encourage decent work. Transformation, educational transformation, and the contribution of the sciences are paramount for the technological leap, not to be dehumanizing. So human development is not achieved without planning, and this planning must be progressive, alive, open, and full, just as the moderator said, from bottom up. In Cordoba, we're aligned to a process like this. Efrain just said, we have a program in place that allows 427 communities to work so that all of the communities have a production development. So the core here is human development. So we need to have specific actions in place, goals in place, purposes, so that we can aim at a new current scenario towards full employment. Full employment that for us is the opportunity for equitable distribution of wealth. Full employment that will allow us to have international competitiveness of our production. That's why, together with universities, unions, and actors, we're working on a new matrix. So, and this would be, education is really important, because to recover formality, we need educational transformation, research and development, and all of the contributions by the science and the new technologies. This is what we're doing in Cordoba, and we are considered to be the beacon of production and industry in Argentina, to be, for women and men to be active players and productive players. We have set different tools with a strong participation of the institution. This matrix that we're proposing, 2030, is thought to be flexible, open, plural, and integrating all of the production chambers. It should cluster all of the value chain, all of the unions that have to be responsible not only for the people that have jobs, but also for all of the people that do not have jobs, and having human beings in at the heart. And let's remember this: equality of capabilities to all of the children until they are 12 years old. This is where we emphasize, this is our emphasis, to achieve decent work in the reality that we're going through. A productive matrix that should define, so all of the adult people can actually make their contributions, and each of them has to be have to play a key role. This matrix should reverse the frustration of so many people. When Noelia spoke, the empowerment of younger people, Noelia said, in Cordoba, young people were really active participants. They were the largest, the bigger generations of SMEs in our context. And this is due to the fact that they became we were able to help them, to aid them in terms of finance, and we trained them. We are going through a time where people do not understand the world, and the past is not enough to explain the future. So we need local leaders for global solutions, resilient leaders that can be transformed, and leaders that can lead to better transformation in terms of the environment. We are ahead of time. We're facing a time where the transfer and the share of knowledge is really important. This is a world where everything is relative. And we need to pave the way for collaborative action and cooperative actions. And these actions, we need local leaders. We need leaders with different attributes such as compassion, empathy, so they can make different changes so that mobility, so that we can have more resilient psychological leaders. This is what we're doing in Cordoba. Local leaders are now in charge of the responding to the crisis.
They are coordinating with the state and province governments and industrialization of innovation. They promote industrial parks, technological and logistic parks. In the past 15 months, we multiplied by two industrial parks. We now have 27 industrial parks. And we did that with the local leaders so that we created formal jobs. And that's where young people are born and they live there. That's why we have to strengthen them. And there is a way of empowering them with local government that allow specific policies. We know that you are very close to what we say in the south of the world. That's why international institutions emphasize not only young people, but also local leaders who take actions and programs that aim at promoting human development and people's morals, and to strengthen a very important axis for me, Efrain, local savings to promote investment and productive development. We saw that in the last months. Local savings multiplies times 5 if it stays in the region, and if through dignified, competitive, without speculative interest rates. That's why we ask international and organizations to ensure that those savings, because that's where we have one of the tools to think and prepare for the day after. And to finish, I like to say that only with institutional organizations and reforms in the education, in digital training for entrepreneurs, we will have a real transformation. We have to help people, give them tools that make us more resilient, to continue looking for opportunities so that every entrepreneur, employee, and public officer shows that it's not enough to save yourself. We need to strengthen spiritually to work so that the SMEs and the young people and women from the collaborative actions and the protagonic democracy can achieve this concept, which is to survive. To survive today is a challenge that the pandemic puts us in front, and those actions need to be visible in other citizens. If we, the public officers, can see life in others by creating jobs through training and cooperation, of course, the goal will be achieved. Thank you. Thank you, Minister Acastelo. Your ideas have been really deep, but at the same time, they have been very pragmatic, with evidence of what's happening in Cordoba I'd also like to mention something that you have said very clearly in this panel, the consequences, the economic consequences and social consequences of this crisis, as I said before, one of the largest and most complex ones in our history, has been exacerbated by the historical structural gaps, poverty, inequality, productive heterogeneity, low productivity, low access to social protection, and of course, the high levels of informality are key to understand the effects of the pandemic in our economies, but also to move forward towards a productive transformation. And announcing so that the audience can post their questions, please ask them, and then we'll have a Q&A session. Now we'll hear from Judith Van Doorn. She specializes in entrepreneurial transformation in the ILO. So the floor is yours, Judith.
Thank you, Ephraim, and I will share my screen. Unless you tell me otherwise, I'm assuming that you can all see my screen. So I'm going to talk about the transition to the formal economy and the promotion of collective representation and the role of social and solidarity economy organizations. I want to start by sharing some terminology on informality and some data, and then I want to continue by giving an example of what can be done to reduce informality in economic units. And I want to finish off by giving an example on what was done in Zimbabwe in the area of local economic development in the informal economy. So first of all, I want to share with you how the ILO defines informality. I'm sorry, there's an echo on the line. I hear myself. I'll just continue talking. So the ILO recommendation number 204 defines the informal economy as all economic activities by workers and economic units that are in law or in practice not covered or insufficiently covered by formal arrangements. So this means that there may be no law that is applicable to a particular category of workers or a particular category of economic units. But it also means that maybe there's a law, but the law is not being enforced, and therefore people fall outside the scope of the law. I wanted to share with you also what we mean when we say economic units. So this actually refers to own account workers, let's say independent workers, people working without employees, but it also includes enterprises that employ others, and it includes cooperatives and other social and solidarity economy organizations. So if I talk about economic units and enterprises, sometimes I use these terms interchangeably. Now, how do we measure informality? In the ILO, actually, we look at whether a country has a definition on this, or maybe a statistical criterion on how to measure informality. But if that is absent, then we look at the extent to which enterprises or economic units are registered with the relevant agencies at the national level. But we also look at the extent to which they comply with the regulations that are relevant to them. So whether the business has been registered, whether it complies with tax requirements, social and labor issues. Now, the next question is whether informality is common. And data from before the pandemic have shown that 8 out of 10 economic units are informal. So that's quite a lot. And we also have seen that 6 out of 10 people who are employed are in informal employment. And the pandemic has probably made things worse. We don't have very exact data of this, but we have developed an interactive platform, and I have pasted the link at the bottom of this slide. So with this platform, you can look at the number of jobs in the sectors that are at risk from the COVID-19 crisis. And you can look at different types of enterprises in terms of their size, in terms of the sectors, but also the informal or formal status. So you can see that quite a lot of jobs are in these sectors at risk in the informal economy. Now, what can be done to reduce informality in economic units? Basically, we have a type of an approach that is quite comprehensive, like Ephraim and other speakers have already mentioned. So it is not enough to look only at how to make it easier to register and comply through simplified procedures. You also need to make it more attractive to formalize by putting in place incentives like access to markets, access to social security, access to finance. And you need help enterprises to grow. And this was also mentioned before by Ephraim and others. So you need to help enterprises to become more productive. And of course, you also need to work on compliance because some enterprises, they just need, let's say, not only the carrot, but also the stick so that they will actually shift to the formal economy. Now, we find it very important in the ILO to emphasize that these type of strategies on transitions to formality, that they are being developed in a process of dialogue and consultation. And this is where we engage with many partners and many stakeholders, and this is where we also feel that we should listen to the voices of the people in the informal economy so that their voices are being heard and that these are being taken into consideration when we design strategies on the transition to formality. Now, let me share with you an example from Zimbabwe on local economic development in the informal economy, which hopefully will inspire you. Now, in Bulawayo in Zimbabwe, there's a municipality which used to be an industrial hub. So there was a lot of industrial actions and there were factory buildings, but basically now these companies have closed down, these factory buildings are empty, and there's a lot of informality. And the municipality of Bulawayo was actually quite forward-looking and saying we need to do something about informality for the reasons that have been mentioned before. And so the ILO has entered into a collaboration with the Bulawayo City Council and with others like social partners, but also associations that represent actors in the informal economy, to see how this transition to formality can be done and how vulnerabilities in the informal economy can be reduced. So the Bulawayo City Council engages in local dialogue with business associations that represent informal enterprises and workers to find out what are their needs and what can be done about it. And as a result, in the COVID pandemic, some solutions have been found together about how to help these informal operators to adapt to new markets and to apply or comply with COVID protocols. And they have also been working on bylaws that are relevant for these type of workers. Coming back to the empty factory buildings that I just mentioned, we have also supported a process where we've organized a co-creation workshop with different representatives from the government and administrative units, social partners, informal economy associations, and the private sector to see how these factory buildings can be transformed into suitable workspaces for micro and small enterprises. And here you can see how that looked like. So people from these enterprises and from the informal economy actively engaged and shared their views on what these workspaces should look like. So, you know, to avoid the problem that these solutions are not demand-driven, we really found it was really important to have this engagement from the beginning. This then resulted in a public-private partnership which was established to adapt these workplaces and make them more suitable. And 60 small enterprises are being part of this process. Some of them are registered, but some are unregistered enterprises. And by having these workspaces in one place, it also becomes easier to give incubation services like training, coaching, business development support, and also market opportunities. So we have been working and supporting the municipality in this area, and this is a process that is still ongoing. The municipality also asked ILO support to see how can they assess their own strengths and weaknesses and how can they improve so that they can support actors in the informal economy to become more productive, reduce decent work deficits, and transition to formality. And it shows that they now need to identify some services and build some partnerships to make this happen. And related to this, also we worked with the Association of Small Enterprises to see if we can help them assess their capacity and develop a business plan so that they can provide more relevant services for their members. In the context of the pandemic, we also supported the municipality and the business associations to see whether these informal enterprises could play a role and whether micro enterprises could provide goods and services that were in need at the time of the pandemic. So this included training and advice on how to comply with OSH and how to return to work, but also the development of business plans and business continuity plans so that they could repurpose their activities and start producing certain goods and products that were in need. So like you see on the example, hand sanitizers, but there were other examples of items that were produced that were in need at the peak of the pandemic. For this, also linkages have been created. So for example, university came in to help them to adapt and to do some testing and to share information on how to produce these items. The microenterprises have also engaged in local procurement, and the business association played an important role in this. So they engaged in lobbying so that the government would relax the procurement systems. And the association also helped its members to issue exemption letters for the members so that they could continue operating, because only if you were producing essential services, you were allowed to go outside and run your business. I mentioned already the partnerships and the quality assurance, but also the government relaxed its procurement rules for essential services. And that made it easier for these enterprises to register and therefore also engage in local procurement. So we've seen that these enterprises, even though many of them were informal, they have actually played a very important role in providing solutions to fight the pandemic. And we actually also saw that this means that at the government level, there's been a shift in perceptions towards the informal economy. Maybe in the past, having been seen as a nuisance, now also the value and the swift ability to shift operations and provide these goods and services was being appreciated. And this is why the government then also started relaxing and adapting a little bit the requirements. They're now actually saying that a more enabling environment is needed for these enterprises. And we feel that this engagement with the social and solidarity economy organizations is really important to build that mutual understanding and to build this bridge between the formal and the informal economy. So I hope that this has been inspiring you a little bit. This is where I'm going to end my intervention, wishing you a good continuation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judith. Very interesting presentation from the regulations of ILO and the framework, how this sort of lands to specific examples, and to see the support of the ILO, I think is really key. Now we're moving, we're going to have a second round, and since we're running out of time, 3 minutes. Minister Acastello, 3 minutes, so you can provide your considerations on the panel. The floor is yours. I believe it's important. I mean, everything that was shared by the fellow panel members is so important regarding the role that local leaders have in terms of formalization. In our local experience during these months, we considered each of the local communities that do not have production development, and together with universities, we're sort of developing solutions so that these small communities, we have 103 in Cordoba, so we can actually address the main issues regarding added value chains. And we are achieving really good results. And we're doing this with the rest of the local governments as well, with the rest of municipalities that are industrialized. And for this, we built a network of industrialized and innovative municipalities. And we have specific roles. We're doing this together with a vast country, so we empower these communities in terms of entrepreneurship. I just said, Efrain, that we had 9 industrial parks in the last 50 years to 18 new industrial parks and specifically during pandemic. So each new industrial park has a production co-working space in order to train the young people in those communities, and so that mentorship could actually reach the entrepreneurs that were requiring this training. And the province of Córdoba is the main exporter of healthcare products. And Córdoba became, for example, this is a case of mechanical ventilators. The 2 largest industries that manufacture artificial mechanical ventilators, we're now manufacturing, together with the assistance and the reconversion of the companies, we are producing 2,000 ventilators per month. So we were able to multiply from decent work, and through planning between the public and private sectors, we were able to devise the actions that we needed to recover industrial jobs. That industrial jobs employment increased during pandemics. I think this is a model that, from our experience, we can use as a contribution. Great, thank you. Thank you, Minister. I believe that this approach of territorial approach on emphasizing production is an example that we need to follow, because you're showing us, you're sharing some lessons, how to combine the public sector and the private sector, how to converge the 2 sectors. Well, now we'll give the floor to Noelia, 3 minutes, so she can, you can make some final remarks. Noelia, are you there? The floor is yours.
Gracias. No, gracias. Realmente, o sea, no quisiera.
Thank you. I'd like to add something. I'm really glad.
Can you hear me now?
Ahora sí.
Oh, okay. So, yes, I was just going to say that I don't have too much to add, but I think that it's really interesting to see that that issues related to governance and local governance in particular are really part of the discussion as well on territorial development and on this issue of formalization. I think we have to. It's very interesting to hear from Judith also on specific tools or spaces in which we're listening to young people as well about their preferences or their perception or their demands. I think what we just need to also be aware of is that young people do not necessarily want to be part of a system that they may see as broken or as not meeting their aspirations. And I think that that's why having a conversation on youth economic empowerment in conjunction with human rights and governance is always important, or important from the business environment perspective, important vis-a-vis anti-corruption, just recognizing that also young people may have higher standards perhaps or higher expectations. Another thing is, in addition to listening to young people, and really being sometimes perhaps too extractive because we listen to them, but we perhaps do not necessarily let them know what we do with this input. I think we need to really make progress in being able to directly fund youth-led initiatives that are entirely youth-led and that really can illustrate youth leadership, including in the context of the COVID-19 response. So we have small grants, we have specific modalities, we have incubators, etc. But I think that's what needs to be scaled up sometimes. So I think I'll end there and just really thank you for this opportunity.
Muchísimas gracias. Thank you, Noelia. Thank you very much for this, for your considerations that actually reinforce your initial hypothesis and consideration, how to move forward to the design of policies and tools so we can listen to the younger generations more deeply as a key input, really, so that our interventions connect with what they have to tell us. Now we'll give the floor to Judith, 3 minutes for final remarks, so we conclude with this session. Go ahead, Judith.
Thank you so much. I think it was really excellent to hear different ideas and approaches on how listening to people in the informal economy is important and how this can be done and how we can promote collective representation. I think it's really important because on the one hand, we have sometimes an attitude, let's say, among, for example, governments or others, an attitude that people in the informal economy are a nuisance, they are a trouble, they are messy, it's messy in the street, we need to kind of tidy that up, even though they contribute a lot to people's lives and also to the economy. And on the other side, even if a government wants to effectively engage with them, sometimes there are so many of these associations, so who do they include and who do they then exclude? So that's also difficult, even if they seek this engagement. So I think it's really great to hear about ways of how to engage with these people, and I hope that this will inspire everybody. It has inspired me, so thank you for your interventions.
Gracias. Thank you, Judith, for your remarks. I think it's relevant to match or combine all of the perspectives that you just shared. Personally, I'd like to take a couple of minutes to reflect. I believe that I think we have some silver bullets, as Noelia said. For example, I'd like to say that we need to know that informality is multidimensional, multi-causal, and it requires a formal approach, as it was pointed out from the pragmatic point of view, from a policymaker such as the minister, also the viewpoint from Judith, very interesting. So we need to have a comprehensive approach in place that focuses on productivity, incentives, and standards regulations. I think that is really relevant. But the implementation of these solutions based on social dialogue, tripartite social dialogue that is promoted by ALO is really key for these solutions to be sustainable. And within this framework, to find models or interventions that enable to have private, public sectors and public sector interventions is really, really essential. And here is the importance of promoting tools, for example, these sectorial tables and territorial tables. Likewise, at a territorial level, leadership that has to be taken by some institutions to aid in the articulation of some interventions. I mean, the different sectors is really relevant, and that this process be accompanied by an entity that monitors the articulations of all of the interventions dedicated to promoting the sectors, so that these transition processes are really active is another learning. Having said this, I'd like to thank the organizers of this forum very much, especially the organizers of this session, because we had the opportunity, and now we'll be concluding this session. Again, thank you very much for your participation. Thank you very much for joining us, and we're looking forward to meeting you soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you to this panel that has given us a lot to talk about in these pandemic times. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. And now, without realizing it, we are at the end of this Third World Forum. We'd like to know how many participants we've had. We've had, and let me tell you, almost 200,000 people watching us over the last 3 days. Those who make it possible are those behind the scenes, taking care of us with all the protocols, and most of all, the ones that have had the most difficult part of it all, the translators, the team of 8 translators that have been a part of these first 3 days, and they will continue not only here in these main studios, but also in the activities, the supplementary activities in this forum. And of course, we're going to name them. They're in English, in French, and into Spanish. Amazing the work they have done over the past 3 days. So we will continue next Monday and June 1st to finish this forum, World Forum on Local Economic Development. We are all connected in this virtual forum, 100% virtual. And it's time to say goodbye. And well, now after the weekend, Monday we'll rejoin at 8 o'clock in the morning time in Argentina and 1 o'clock time in Europe to continue with everything that has to offer this World Forum. Thank you so much, Franco. It was a pleasure to see you again today, and have a happy weekend, and I'll see you on Monday. Great, Mariana, and we'd like to also thank Minister Castelo, who was with us, and he will be here with us to continue sharing the instances on Monday and Tuesday. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful weekend.
El mundo necesita soluciones transformadoras, sociedades más resilientes, inclusivas y sostenibles. De la mano de la Agencia para el Desarrollo Económico de la Ciudad de Córdoba, llega el 5º Foro Mundial de Desarrollo Económico Local. 5 días de transmisión en vivo. Más de 200 disertantes de América, Europa, Asia y África, construyendo respuestas territoriales, adaptadas al contexto global. Territorios e innovación, desigualdad y pandemia, el futuro del trabajo y el trabajo del futuro. Del 26 de mayo al 1 de junio, el mundo se da cita en nuestra ciudad. Juntos tenemos futuro. No te lo pierdas.